Chapter 773. Zhuang Yifeng was completely overwhelmed by his rationality. Xian Man had betrayed him. Zhuang Yichen had kicked his wife away and snatched his woman away. The news that he received every day made him want to kill Zhuang Yichen immediately. Anyone who betrayed him must die. Zhuang Yichen. He should make his brother's life a living hell. Even if he wanted Zhuang Yichen to die, he should let the people he cared about die before he did. He must clearly see the pain in Zhuang Yichen's eyes. Zhuang Yichen had killed his mother and caused his father to go to jail. How could he not take revenge? Xian Man, no matter how much he loved her, had already betrayed him. Zhuang Yichen had protected her so well and didn't bring her to any dangerous places. But he wanted her dead. If Xian Man died, Zhuang Yichen would be heartbroken, right? Thinking of this, Zhuang Yifeng laughed wildly. He shouldn't have set his sights on Qiu Shaoya. He was so stupid. From the first time he found out about the relationship between Qiu Shaoya and Zhuang Yichen, he should have known. Zhuang Yichen wanted to push away Qiu Shaoya's hand in front of Xian Man. At that time, he should have realized that Zhuang Yichen was afraid that Xian Man would be jealous. No wonder Qiu Shaoya was beaten and chased out. She actually wanted to kill Xian Man Sai. Qiu Shaoya was too disappointing. She actually didn't suffocate the B** star to death. Useless woman. Her man brought another woman into his house, but she didn't even have the ability to kill that B** starred. She deserved to be abandoned. She deserved it. He couldn't even be bothered to look at such a weakling. When Club A welcomed another VIP, Zhuang Yifeng, the rich businessmen who wanted to leave also pushed aside their business and shamelessly wanted to stay and watch the show. The drama of two brothers fighting over a woman must be very exciting. Zhuang Yichen couldn't wait for Zhuang Yifeng to come. He didn't want to waste another day. The schemes he had set up and manipulated in the past were too slow. A judicial process could take a few days, and it couldn't be decided in a short period of time. He had already lowered his requirements and didn't want to torture anyone. It was fine as long as Zhuang Yifeng died. Once Zhuang Yifeng died, there was nothing to worry about. When Li Yong heard that Zhuang Yifeng had also come, he couldn't help but tremble. He walked to the southeast direction of the clubhouse, clasped his hands together towards the sky, closed his eyes, and said in his heart, "Miss, you must bless him. You only have one seedling. I've taken care of him for so many years. At this time, you must help him and end his sleepless nights." The image of a young girl appeared in Li Yong's mind. He followed behind her, watching her try on the wedding dress and put on the wedding dress. He sighed his heart. It was all in the past. Zhuang Yichen was in a well-ironed suit. Zhuang Yichen hugged Xian Man and chatted happily. "Xian Man, come here." Zhuang Yichen stood less than 2 meters away from Zhuang Yichen and lifted his chin at Xian Man. Zhuang Yichen smiled and hugged Xian Man even tighter. "Brother, Xiao Man doesn't want to go over. She's still my wife. Xiao Man said that she wants to divorce you and marry me." Zhuang Yichen turned his head and asked in a low voice, "Xiao Man, are you willing?" "Yichen." Xian Man's eyes were filled with tears. "Yichen, I'm willing." Zhuang Yichen's gaze on Xian Man became deeper and deeper. He was thinking this woman had been with him for so many years. When had she ever been like this? Zhuang Yichen was indeed having an affair with her behind her back. No wonder Qiu and Xiaoya scolded Zhuang Yichen like that in the listening device in Li Yong's car. Indeed, this adulterous couple. Even Li Yong advised Qiu and Xiaoya to give in to Xian Man. Xian Man, I, Zhuang Yichen, have treated you well. Divorce? Xian Man, can you afford it? With me around, no matter how expensive the marriage is, she can afford it. Zhuang Yichen arrogantly interrupted. Zhuang Yifeng approached step by step. Zhuang Yichen knew that everything was about to end. He wanted to end everything. Immediately. Zhuang Yichen was actually already entangled in the lawsuit. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhuang Yichen had hidden Xian Man so well and suddenly let her out in such a high-profile place to be intimate with her, he wouldn't have come out himself. He would have asked his subordinates to kill Xian Man and let Zhuang Yichen suffer. But this was the main area of this place. Other than him, no one else could enter. In such a short period of time, he couldn't create a billionaire identity for an assassin, but he wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Since the assassins in the main area couldn't enter, then he would do it himself. If he continued to listen to his informant talking about how Zhuang Yiqin doted on Xian Man, even if he didn't die, he would go crazy from anger. He actually realized that his mental state had been very bad recently. A man's jealousy and possessiveness would always have no bottom line. Just like when Zhuang Yiqin pulled out the gun and aimed it at Xian Man. A quick and accurate shot hit Xian Man's chest. Xian Man looked at Zhuang Yiqin in disbelief. Her eyes widened. She couldn't believe that a gunshot would happen in such a place. She was too confident and thought that even if Zhuang Yiqin wanted to kill her, he wouldn't do it himself. So when she stood beside Zhuang Yiqin, she wasn't afraid at all. Who would have thought that Zhuang Yiqin would kill a woman in such a place with so many rich people? But Zhuang Yiqin knew that Zhuang Yiqin would definitely do it. All of Zhuang Yiqin's ideals and revenge was to make him suffer, to make him live in pain for the rest of his life. So when he rushed towards Xian Man with a dagger to cut the rope, Zhuang Yiqin shot at Xian Man himself. What did he mean by if he couldn't save someone in 10 seconds, they would have to eat bullets? He wasn't sure if those who couldn't be saved in 10 seconds would have to eat bullets. But those who could be saved in 10 seconds would definitely have to eat bullets. He was 10,000% sure. Zhuang Yiqin was suspicious and jealous by nature. Those conditions and requests were just empty words. Zhuang Yiqin had always been a person who didn't keep his promises. Gunshots rang out, followed by screams and the sound of people fleeing. When Zhuang Yiqin heard Xian Man calling for him, he didn't turn back. It was as if he didn't want to leave. He just locked his cold gaze on Zhuang Yiqin. As if he had already seen the steps clearly, he turned sideways to avoid Zhuang Yiqin's gun. His movements were fast and ruthless. He didn't kick Zhuang Yiqin's hand, nor did he chop Zhuang Yiqin's wrist with his hand. He had such skills, but he didn't do it. Instead, he grabbed Zhuang Yiqin's wrist and let the gun swing around, pointing it in his direction from time to time. Some daring people had already taken out their phones to record a video. They were all worried for Zhuang Yiqin. They felt that the gun had no eyes. If it accidentally fired, it could blow up Zhuang Yiqin's head and cause his brain to splatter everywhere. Others thought that there were no cameras here, but Zhuang Yiqin knew that there would definitely be cameras in the position he was facing. His camera of the unparalleled beauty was also hidden very well. Zhuang Yiqin's intention to kill Zhuang Yiqin was very obvious. The bullet whizzed past Zhuang Yiqin's ears and shattered the wine cabinet behind him. The glass shattered, and the floor was covered with glass shards. However, no one dodged. Zhuang Yiqin put himself in a dead end. His finger was stuck on the trigger so that he couldn't pull it, but he kept swinging the gun towards his head. Xian Man had already fallen to the ground. Blood stained her lotus-colored dress. Someone called the police and an ambulance, but no one dared to help her. They were afraid that they would be accidentally injured by the bullet. The club's security rushed over. Li Yong heard the gunshot again in the secondary area. He stood in the middle of the main area and the secondary area, where he couldn't get close to. He knelt on the ground with tears rolling down his face. He looked up and shouted sadly, "Miss!" Zhuang Yiqin pressed on the trigger tightly and leaned against the wine cabinet. Zhuang Yiqin once again aimed the gun at Zhuang Yiqin's chest. Just when everyone thought that Zhuang Yiqin was dead, the gun turned around in an instant. Zhuang Yiqin's left chest was shot precisely where his heart was. Although Zhuang Yifeng had already been shot, blood suddenly spurted out and stained Zhuang Yiqin's suit and shirt. After a moment of shock, he smiled provocatively and said, "Zhuang Yiqin, you can live in pain. Xian Man probably won't be able to survive." Zhuang Yiqin chopped off the gun that was still in Zhuang Yifeng's hand. He leaned his head forward and whispered into Zhuang Yifeng's ear, "Xian Man is your wife. Of course, she should accompany you. My woman is unharmed now." Zhuang Yiqin smiled mysteriously. Zhuang Yiqin's body, which could barely stand, suddenly shook. He staggered back a few steps and covered his chest that was spurting blood like a fountain. He raised his other hand and pointed at Zhuang Yiqin. "You tricked me. Zhuang Yiqian refused to admit it. Until now, he still refused to admit it. Not only did he hear everything that happened in Zhuang Yiqian's residence every day, but he also had someone reporting to him. How could he be wrong? There were no less than 3 spies in the villa. How could Zhuang Yiqian escape his eyes? That day, when the assassin aimed at Exian Man, he clearly saw Zhuang Yiqian push Exian Man down and leave Qiu Xiaoye at the side. He heard with his own ears that Zhuang Yiqian hit Qiu Xiaoye for Exian Man. He heard with his own ears that Qiu Xiaoye smashed things and scolded Zhuang Yiqian as a bastard. He even heard Li Yong sending Qiu Xiaoye to get her divorce certificate. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, his men followed Qiu Xiaoye. He also said that even at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Li Yong advised Qiu Xiaoye to treat Exian Man better and not be too calculative. After all, Exian Man and Zhuang Yiqian had been together for many years. How could he be wrong? Qiu Xiaoye clearly looked like she was really dumped. His men said that when Qiu Xiaoye came out of Qingfeng Garden, she was as thin as a ghost. Her hair was messy and her face was dirty. Her eyes were swollen and bruised. She even asked him if he wanted to get rid of Qiu Xiaoye. A woman who was tortured by Zhuang Yiqian to such a state should be his friend. How could he get rid of her? Zhuang Yiqian must be lying to him. He looked at Zhuang Yiqian's cold lips and shook his head. I don't believe you. Zhuang Yiqian, I don't believe you. You installed more than 30 listening devices in my house and every car. You even asked so many people to follow Uncle Li. If I didn't do that, how could I repay your kindness? Zhuang Yiqian, you've been playing with me since it rained that night. Huh? Do you think I don't know you? Even if you wanted me to die, you would kill the most important person to me before I die. Uncle Li, you won't succeed so easily. He guards against you like he's guarding against a wolf. He always has a high sense of safety. Zhuang Yiqian patted his sleeves. Forget it. I'll call an ambulance for your wife. Isn't it better if she can't be saved? Then you won't be lonely. Beauty novel, Xinwu 799. Chapter 774. Exian Man fell to the ground and had no strength to stand up. When she heard Zhuang Yiqian's words, her blood started to flow faster. Zhuang Yiqian, you used me. Sigh. Zhuang Yiqian shook his head and looked disdainfully at the woman on the ground. He didn't even want to bend down to look at her. Sister-in-law, I'm a clean freak. I won't want a woman who has been slept with by someone else. I didn't hate you at first, but I've been hugging you all this time. It's making me hate you. But fortunately, you're here. Otherwise, I don't know when the woman lying on the ground would be my little demon. It's finally over. Exian Man's body twitched violently. She already had a gunshot wound, so she started to vomit blood. Zhuang Yiqian didn't want to pay any more attention to her. He had to leave quickly, but just as he took a step, the security guards arrived. They hoped that he wouldn't leave for the time being and wait for the police to arrive. After all, he was the victim. When the police arrived, Zhuang Yiqian was asked to give a statement. Zhuang Yiqian had no choice but to cooperate. Zhuang Yiqian, now that Zhuang Yifeng was shot in the exact location of his heart, he died. You're responsible for it. A young policeman with a strong sense of justice asked without caring about anything else. I was acting in self-defense. Everyone at the scene saw it. Zhuang Yifeng shot his wife and aimed at me. Of course, I couldn't let myself get hurt. You could have aimed at his heart in self-defense. Aimed? Zhuang Yiqian shrugged and pretended to be shocked. Officer, I was scared to death at that time, but I still had the mood to aim. Everyone was moving around. It was purely an accident. I only thought of self-defense and didn't think of anything else. Your self-defense caused the other party's death. That's excessive self-defense. Officer, I deserve to be blamed for the bullet that entered my head. I gave him a push and loosened my grip. He pulled the trigger himself and accidentally killed himself. Am I considered excessive self-defense? While my life was hanging by a thread, I had to choose a place to push the muzzle of the gun. I think you should be glad that he didn't accidentally aim his gun at anyone else in the clubhouse when he hurt me, right? I still have other matters to attend to. If my defense is excessive, you can come and look for me at any time. That's all I know. You can go and get the video from the club. There are many people at the scene who took videos with their phones. I don't mind you trying the case in public. I like to see if anyone will come and crusade against you when you say that my defense is excessive. Zhuang Yiqin was not in the mood to waste time in the police station. Anyway, he was not afraid if they really investigated. The person recording Zhuang Yiqin's statement could clearly sense Zhuang Yiqin's impatience. An experienced police officer nudged the rash police officer and told him not to ask any more questions. All he could do was to sort out the evidence first before contacting him. When Zhuang Yiqin came out of the police station, Li Yong's car was already waiting at the entrance of the police station. Seeing him get into the car, she smiled and said, "You're not hurt at all. That's great. Uncle Li, you're worried." Zhuang Yiqin picked up the clothes in the car and changed out of the dirty clothes he was wearing. He drove the car to a trash can and threw the dirty clothes in. "I knew Miss wanted to protect you. Uncle Li, you keep calling my mother Miss and me young master. You're messing up the seniority." Zhuang Yiqin shook his head and smiled. "When she got married, I always called her Mississippi. When she gave birth to you, I called you young master. Now that you're all grown up, I can't keep calling you young master, right?" "Yes, you're right. Uncle Li, you can call me whatever you want. Let's go to Qingfeng Garden." Zhuang Yiqin sighed. "Young master, I didn't have time to tell you today. Young madam went back to her parents' home." "How is she?" Li Yong sighed. "The subordinate said that she's so thin that she's out of shape. Let's go to my mother-in-law's house." Zhuang Yiqin reached out to the gap next to the seat. He pulled out a small fingernail-sized listening device and held it in his hand. He pointed it at the rearview mirror and said to Li Yong, "Have all the cars in the house been checked?" Li Yong shook his head. Around 30 listening devices is a conservative estimate. After Xian Man moved into the house, there were more than one listening device in every room. "I think there are at least 3 listening devices in the study." Zhuang Yiqin sighed and rolled down the car window. He threw the listening device out and closed the window. He raised his head and leaned against the pillow. "Uncle Li, when you see Xiao Yao later, help me talk to her. I just sorted out my thoughts. In front of her, it's easy for my ability to express myself. I'm afraid I'll say something wrong." Li Yong looked at Zhuang Yiqin and comforted him. "Young madam will understand. The house is full of listening devices, and there are spies everywhere. Even you and I have to rely on our tacit understanding to deal with them. There's no other way." Zhuang Yiqin suddenly closed his eyes and put his hand on his forehead. "Uncle Li, I'm too greedy. Too greedy. That day when I saw Xiao Yao destroy the clothes, bedsheets, and photos, I was thinking that I was too greedy. I wanted to make Zhuang Yifeng's life worse than death. Zhuang Yifeng also wanted to make my life worse than death. He thought that death was too easy, too easy. But Uncle Li, I didn't want it to be like this, but my mother was in so much pain back then." Zhuang Yiqin panted and tried to calm himself down. Zhuang Yifeng was so vicious at such a young age. "He made my mother amputate her leg." Zhuang Yiqin gritted his teeth. "I really hate him, but recently I realized that I shouldn't have done this. I should have killed him earlier. If he was dead, there wouldn't have been so many problems. For the sake of a process, I got such an outcome. Say, if Zhuang Yifeng hadn't hung Xian Man up that night out of suspicion, would Xiao Yao still have a chance to live? I've hidden her for more than 4 years. More than 4 years, but I almost killed her." It was not until now that Zhuang Yiqin's hands began to tremble by his side. In the past few years, he had exposed countless women, but he had never exposed Xiaoya. He often changed women to eat with, but he had never eaten with Xiaoya. Even when it came to making her famous, he had secretly arranged for someone to do it. He had never shown his face. However, getting married almost killed her. Zhuang Yifeng wasn't a small luoluo. How could he fight? It took a long time to prepare a large pile of evidence. He had to start a court session, adjourn the court, find a lawyer, and repeat the process. Besides, Zhuang Yifeng's evidence wasn't as easy to find as Zhuang Jingren's. In the past, Zhuang Jingren had taken the blame for many things. He should have done what he did today and just killed him to end everything. "Young master, don't think too much. When we see young madam later, I'll explain it to her. She will definitely understand you. Uncle Li, let's go to the mall. Xiao Yao likes beautiful shoes. I'll pick a pair for her." When the shoes were thrown down the stairs by Mother Chiu, Zhuang Yiqian finally faced the fear that he didn't dare to think about. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Mom, can you open the door and let me talk to Xiaoya? Get out. Get as far away as you can. Our boss doesn't care about scum like you." Mother Chiu yelled at Zhuang Yiqian through the door in her loud voice. Zhuang Yiqian wasn't a talkative person. Faced with Mother Chiu's yelling, he could only stand outside the door. After a while, he knocked on the door again, but didn't say anything. He knocked on the door intermittently until 1 o'clock in the morning. Mother Chiu finally wanted to tear down the house because of Zhuang Yiqian. She opened the door with a broom and aimed it at Zhuang Yiqian's handsome face. Zhuang Yiqian raised his hand to block it. When he saw that the person who hit him was Mother Chiu, he was stunned and did not dare to fight back. Li Yong anxiously apologized and acted like a good person. He held Mother Chiu's hand and said, In-law, calm down. Can you let the children talk about it themselves?" "What do you mean by that? Who are the children? I only have one child, and that's Xiaoya Chiu. How could a man like him have a child?" Mother Chiu felt stifled. She felt terrible, especially after Xiaoya left. She felt stifled. Xiaoya already knew that one day, Zhuang Yiqian would come looking for her on a whim. That was why she left so cleanly and didn't even contact her family. Her daughter, who had been with her for more than 20 years, didn't even call her family because of a man like him. Thinking about how her daughter committed suicide because of Kang Yun, Mother Chiu didn't even dare to close her eyes. She couldn't even eat. If her husband hadn't comforted her all day long, she would have been the one committing suicide. She held the broom in her hand and lowered her head to bite Li Yong's hand. Mama Chiu had always been a tough woman. She had the final say in the family. Papa Chiu had always listened to her from the time they started dating until they got married. She was the queen of the family. She had always had a bad temper. Moreover, they didn't live in a high-class society. The people she interacted with were all gossipy women. Everyone would gossip when they were together. She was never afraid of quarreling. She had always been a shrew. Therefore, biting Li Yong's hand was a smooth task. Now that she was free, she swung the broom again and hit Zhuang Yiqian. Zhuang Yiqian only covered his face. He didn't say anything about the other parts of his body being hit. "Mom, you can hit me however you want. Let me go in and talk to Xiaoyao." In your dreams, Zhuang Yiqian could only be polite and respectful to this extent. He had been hit for so long. He was afraid that Mother Chiu would close the door if she stopped hitting him. He simply grabbed Mother Chiu's shoulder and lifted her to the side. Mother Chiu was shocked by Zhuang Yiqian's strength. She was already a little fat, so Zhuang Yiqian could be said to have lifted her by the shoulder. 1903 p. While she was still in a daze, Zhuang Yiqian had already entered the house. Xiaoya's slippers were still at the door. When he came to pick up the bride during the wedding, he knew that the room facing the south belonged to Xiaoya. Even though Xiaoya was married, Mother Chiu couldn't bear to use this room to live in. She wanted to leave it empty for Xiaoya. He strode towards the room facing the south. Mother Chiu couldn't stop him. The door was pushed open by Zhuang Yiqian hurriedly. The smile on his face froze. Nothing in the room had changed. When returning home after marriage, they followed the old tradition. They even stayed here for a night. When he woke up the next day, Mother Chiu cleaned up the room. Before he left, he went into the room to take his watch. No one had lived in this room before. The blanket was folded on the bed, but a large piece of colorful cloth covered the blanket and the entire bed to prevent dust. No one had lived in this room before. There was a smell that hadn't been in for a long time. When he breathed in, it was very bitter. "Mom, where's Xiaoya?" Zhuang Yiqian turned around and stared blankly at Mrs. Chiu and Mr. Chiu, who were walking toward him fiercely. Beauty novel, Xinwu 799. Chapter 775. You're asking me where she is? Chiu Yichin's mother picked up a stool and threw it at Zhuang Yichin. Zhuang Yichin stood where he was and barely caught the stool with his shoulder. Li Yong shouted, "Young master!" When he rushed over, it was already too late. Zhuang Yichin grunted, but did not dodge. His eyes were bloodshot. "Mom, where did Xiaoya go?" "I don't know." Chiu Yichin's mother, Wah. She sat down on the ground like a shrew who had just finished a quarrel. However, The tears in her voice were not the killer move of a shrew. Instead, they were unconcealable, sorrowful cries. I don't know. Where did my boss go? She won't tell me. Chiao Chin's mother's sorrowful voice echoed in the house. It was as if she had lost a loved one. She did not want to cry like this, but where did her daughter go? Where was she? Was it safe to carry the money with her? Would she meet bad people? All these questions made it difficult for her to control herself. Zhuang Yiqin was frightened by Chiao Chin's mother's cries. He was extremely flustered. From what he could tell, this was not an act. It was as if all the cells in her body were being torn apart. He felt as if all the cells in his body were being torn apart. Leave. You're not welcome in our house. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Chiao Chin's father was never one to argue. He wiped away Chiao Chin's mother's tears as he yelled at Zhuang Yiqin. When Zhuang Yiqin went downstairs, the pair of shoes had already been picked up by someone. It made sense. Xiaoya had always liked gorgeous shoes. A pair of shoes cost tens of thousands of yuan. If they were left downstairs, people who didn't know how to appreciate them wouldn't be able to resist taking them home. Zhuang Yiqin had been suppressing his anger and could not find a place to vent it. He walked onto the lawn. No matter how far away it was from Chiao Chin's parents' house, he would go in search. Young master, stop looking. Someone must have picked them up. Uncle Li, you go back first. I'll look for a while more. You know that Xiao Yao likes shoes very much. I don't know what my taste is like. Maybe she won't like it. She has always been picky about what she wears. Zhuang Yiqin kept his head down. He did not miss a single detail. The neighborhood was not big, and the lawn was not big either. There were only 6 small lawns and 4 small flower beds. The road was narrow, and some cars were parked between the road and the grass. After finding the grass, Zhuang Yiqin started to check the undercarriage of the cars. Li Yong followed behind without saying a word. Young master, young madam might have gone out to relax. She'll be back in a few days. When she's back, I'll have a good talk with her. Zhuang Yiqin did not say a word. He focused on what he was doing. Every time he finished looking for a car, he would stand up and look at the sky before continuing. He started to hate the small size of the neighborhood. Soon, he had searched through the entire neighborhood. Although it was early spring, the night was still cold. Li Yong found a flashlight. The light from the flashlight was surrounded by clouds of fog, but the cold air did not freeze Zhuang Yiqin. Instead, he was sweating because of his constant walking. The sky was already bright. He searched twice, but still could not find a pair of shoes. The new spring design was a flirtatious red. The heels were 9 centimeters. Xiaoya had always liked high heels. She had only worn some of them once or twice. The sky brightened, reminding Zhuang Yiqin that the night had been fruitless. He hated this kind of hint. He finally lost his temper and yelled at Li Yong. Go check the CCTV. I'll find the shoes, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Li Yong immediately turned off the flashlight and went to the security room. He knew that the pair of shoes was not the only thing the young master was looking for. There was also the young mistress. She took her current identity card and looked at it several times. It was Jiang Xiaoyu. She liked this name and asked her mother to change it. It was said that a fish's memory only lasted for a few seconds. She knew that she would soon turn Zhuang Yiqin into Kong Yiyun and forget about the man who hurt her. In her life, men might just be a scenery. Qing County was a small county in the south. The population density was moderate. Xiaoyu rented a fully renovated 3-bedroom apartment for only 500 yuan. Compared to the housing prices in the county, she felt that it was a good deal to rent a place like this. The cost of living was not low, and the housing prices were not low. However, the rental price was very cheap. Xiaoyu had never thought about how to survive in a place like this. However, she was soon overwhelmed by the renovations upstairs, downstairs, left, and right. What was worse was that the renovations upstairs were still going on at night. She could not help but admire the overall quality of the people in Qing County. Although she saw Zhuang Yiqin whenever she closed her eyes, she still needed to be quiet. So she put on her slippers and went upstairs to reason with him. When the door opened, it was a fat lady in her 40s. She had a gold chain around her neck, a gold chain around her wrist, and a gold ring on her finger. Her earrings had already stretched out her earlobes. Who are you looking for? The fat lady in gold asked in an unfriendly manner. "Hello, madam." Xiaoyu was a very polite person outside. She had done business before, so her attitude and tone were impeccable. The fat lady's cold face immediately broke into a smile. "Who are you looking for?" "Madam, I live downstairs. The renovation of your house is giving me a headache. Can you move the renovation to the day?" Just as she smiled, the fat lady immediately became unhappy. "I'm not free during the day. If these guys aren't supervising the work, they're dawdling. I'm paying them by the day." If other houses have people guarding them, they would have moved in long ago. My house has been doing the curtain holes for 10 days. Xiaoyu sighed. She knew that it was useless to argue with people in a small county. She had lived in a small county when she was young. She could not complain about everything. "Why don't we do it this way? I'll help you supervise tomorrow. You don't have to renovate at night." The fat lady was a little suspicious of Xiaoyu's intentions. "You?" Xiaoyu smiled. "You don't have any valuable items in your house. Are you afraid that I'll remove your tiles one by one? I'm afraid your renovation team won't agree to it, right? You don't look like someone who's greedy for petty gains. I don't like to take advantage of people either. If you supervise me, I'll give you $100 a day. However, you have to help me monitor the quality and ask them to finish as soon as possible." Xiaoyu did not expect to meet such a generous person. She was overjoyed. "Deal. My surname is Jean. You can call me Sister Jean." Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. She really liked Jean. She smiled and extended her hand. "Sister Jean." The two of them shook hands, one fat and one thin. Xiaoyu had bought a sewing machine while she was supervising the construction. After looking at the renovation drawings of Sister Jin's house, she had bought some fabric from the internet. Upstairs, the electric drill made a puff, puff, puff sound. Downstairs, her sewing machine also made a puff, puff, puff sound. That way, she would not find the noise downstairs annoying. Every once in a while, she would go upstairs. When the renovation upstairs was completed, Xiaoyu gave the curtains that he had made to Sister Jean. The main curtain was luxurious, and the fabric in the small room was different according to the color of the renovation. There was a warm and small room, and there was also a beautiful and dreamy one. Sister Jean was so happy that she could not close her mouth. "Oh my God, these are the best curtains I've ever seen. They're as beautiful as the curtains in the houses of the millionaires on TV. They've improved my taste in the house. Xiaoyu, I have to pay you for this. How can we make such curtains here? Look, you've prepared one for me in every room." No, I have to pay you," Sister Jean said as she rummaged through her handbag. When Xiaoyu saw that Sister Jean liked the curtains, he ran his fingers through his hair and held on his Sister Jin's arm. "Sister Jean, this is just a token of my appreciation for your housewarming. It's really free. If you really think that I've done a good job, please introduce some clients to me. But as you can see, the fabric and quality of my curtains are different from the ones outside. The cheaper ones outside." Xiaoyu scratched his head awkwardly. Sister Jean patted the hand on her arm and pursed her lips, causing the flesh on her chin to show. "Do you think that Sister Jean doesn't know what's good for her? I'll introduce some clients to you tomorrow. I'll take pictures of the samples at home and show them off tomorrow. If they want cheap goods, I'll get them to buy them from the market. How can they be worthy of Xiaoyu's curtains?" After Xiaoyu and Aunt Jean made friends, the clients came to them one by one. Although the curtains were very expensive, there was still a market for them. It was just 2 pieces of cloth, but through Xiaoyu's hands, they could produce a different effect. She was willing to use cloth, buy good accessories, and choose the fabric beforehand. Moreover, her curtains were decorated in the same style as the clients' homes. Sometimes, she was even responsible for matching the decorations and hanging the paintings in the clients' homes. Therefore, even though Xiaoyu's curtains were expensive, there were still people waiting in line for her. She was still waiting. Sister Jean suggested that Xiaoyu open a shop and hire a few more people so that she would not be too tired. However, Xiaoyu refused. Initially, she wanted to go out and find something to do. But now, she realized that it was better not to open a shop and she could make a lot of money. Sister Jean saw that Xiaoyu was single and she was good-looking, not to mention her temperament. Hence, she wanted to find a boyfriend for her. However, the businessmen in her circle were either as old as her or as fat as her. She always felt that such people were not worthy of Xiaoyu. On this day, Sister Jean introduced another client to Xiaoyu. It was the home of a 70-year-old lady. Sister Jean said that money was not a problem. The important thing was that the old lady had a strange temper. Xiaoyu would not refuse to do business with money. Moreover, the people that Sister Jean introduced had always been reliable. Hence, she went to see the style of the house. The doorbell rang. The person who opened the door was probably the housekeeper. The housekeeper was dressed very well and looked like a housekeeper who had lived in a big city. She also spoke very modestly and did not seem like someone from a small town. "Miss Jiang? Hello, is Granny Su home?" The young master came back from the provincial capital to visit Granny Su yesterday. The two of them went hiking early in the morning and will only be back after a while. "Come in." Granny Su said that you can do whatever you want after seeing the style of the house. Okay. Xiaoyu took off her shoes at the door and changed into the slippers that the housekeeper handed to her before entering the house. Beauty novel, Xinwu 799. Chapter 776. Xiaoyu entered the room and asked about the old lady's preferences. She took out a small tape measure and asked the nanny to help her take the measurements. "Miss Jiang, you're really good at cooking. It's rare to see a young lady as beautiful as you," the nanny said as she chatted with Xiaoyu. "I'm just making ends meet." "There's nothing good about it," Xiaoyu replied modestly with a smile. The nanny shook her head. "That's not the case." Mrs. Jean was a picky person. She would tell everyone that you're good at cooking and that you're a good person. You're not like those girls nowadays who are so impetuous. "Let me see. You do look like one of them." Xiaoyu thought to himself. That was when I was impatient. Sister Jean just didn't see it. At her age, she has experienced 2 life-and-death relationships. How can she still be impatient? Her heart is probably as calm as still water. Sister Jean is a little biased towards me. Naturally, she would have her own feelings. It's just a little exaggerated. It was a little tiring to talk to this 40-year-old nanny. The nanny spoke in an old-fashioned tone. Xiaoyu wondered what kind of master had taught her to speak in such a tone. There were not many curtains in the house with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Xiaoyu took the measurements very quickly and wrote down the measurements of all the windows in her notebook. She then took out her phone and asked the nanny, "Auntie, I'm just taking photos out of habit. I'll go home and see how I match the colors. Does Granny Su mind?" "It's okay." The old lady said that the person recommended by Mrs. Jean must be reliable. If you want to take photos, just take them. Just don't take them in front of the old man's portrait. Xiaoyu had already seen the black and white photo hanging in the middle of the living room. There was even an incense burner table. There was not a single speck of dust on it. It was obvious that they had taken good care of it. She was not interested in those things at all. "I won't. Don't worry, Annie." After taking the photos in the living room, Xiaoyu went to the bedroom. She had always been very serious when it came to fabrics. In the past, she used to make custom-made clothes. Now that she was using custom-made curtains, she felt that they were all the same. Jian quickly passed the dishes to Xiaoyu. "It's time to make lunch." "Okay, Grandma, take a rest." After taking the last photo, Xiaoyu walked out of the house and saw an old lady with her hair tied up in a bun. She was drinking from a very old teacup. There were a lot of old things in the house, so she was not surprised at all. At first glance, it was obvious that it was something with commemorative significance. Seeing how respectful the housekeeper was to the old lady, Xiaoyu bowed slightly at the old lady. "Granny Su, you're back. You're Xiaoyu, right?" the old lady asked as she handed the teacup to the housekeeper. "Yes, it's me." The old lady looked very tired, but she was in good spirits. She was in her 70s, but her back was still straight and her legs were not trembling. She walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. "Mrs. Jean told me that Xiaoyu is such an intelligent girl. I didn't believe her at first. Now that I see her, she's really young, good at cooking, and polite," the old lady said to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was a little embarrassed by the old lady's praise. In the past, no old lady had ever praised her in such a way. She was only polite to her own clients. However, now that she had let go of everything, she felt that she should not be impulsive. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Xiaoyu did not know if she respected other people or not. A man walked out of the kitchen. It was not that Xiaoyu wanted to look at him, but she had never seen a man with such a temperament in this county. He was wearing a sports shirt and looked very casual. His facial features were bright and handsome, but his face was gentle and noble. His height made him look like a crane in a flock of chickens. "Do you have a guest?" the man asked as he looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu smiled back at him and nodded. "Have you had lunch?" the old lady asked Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu turned around and put his phone into the bag. "Yes, I have, Grandma." The old lady pursed her lips and snorted. "It's hard to lie to an old lady like me. It's only 11:15. You should have come to my house at around 10:30. Did you have lunch at 10:30? Having her lie exposed in front of everyone, Xiaoyu was instantly embarrassed. She thought that the other party was only asking out of politeness. Wasn't the most common question asked by Chinese people the same question as "Have you eaten yet?" If she said that she had not eaten, the old lady would be forced to ask her to stay for lunch. Moreover, she did not like the feeling of being in a crowded place. It was quite nice to be alone. "Grandma, you're too direct. You've scared this young lady," the man said to the old lady with an amused look on Xiaoyu's face. "Grandma, you're too direct. You've scared this young lady. It's none of your business." The old lady glared at the man. "Su Jian, don't think that you can judge me just because you live in a big city. You're not allowing me to speak the truth, are you? It's only because your grandfather is no longer around. If he were around, would he allow you to bully me like this?" As the old lady spoke, her eyes started to redden. Xiaoyu felt a headache coming on. At the end of the day, she was the one who was at fault. Su Jian hurriedly walked to the portrait in the hall, put his hands together, bowed, and muttered, "Grandpa, your grandson is unfilial and offended Grandma again. Please don't blame me. Your grandson promises that he will never bully your wife again. Your wife is right. She will always be right." The old lady finally smiled. "It's good that you know to admit your mistake. Xiaoyu, hurry up and cook some food for Xiaoyu." "This Xiaoyu? Fish food." How could Xiaoyu stand an old lady who was so enthusiastic about her first meeting? Moreover, Jean had said that the old lady had a strange temper. If she said something wrong for no reason later, was she supposed to pay her respects to the portrait? For a moment, she was at a loss and did not know where to go. "Huh? Grandma, there's no need for that. Are you complaining that our dishes are not good enough? Then I'll deduct Xiaoyu's salary." The old lady even snorted after saying that. Look at her temper. What did she mean by complaining that the dishes were not good enough? Xiaoyu had never eaten here before. How would she know if the dishes were good or not? The housekeeper shouted from the kitchen, "Old madam, in all honesty, which meal is not good enough?" Su Jian walked over and patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder. "Eat here. Aunt Yu's dishes are really good." Then he walked past the old lady. "Grandma, I'm going to take a shower. I'm all sweaty." The old lady smiled but said, "You only know how to waste water." Xiaoyu's ability to express herself was not as good as before. Perhaps it was because she was deliberately not willing to talk too much. Jean was the only person who talked to her the most. At the table, she only ate some vegetables and took small bites of rice. When she ate with Zhuang Yichen, his movements were always not very elegant. She would always restrain herself. In just a few months, it had become a habit. The old lady looked at the way Xiaoyu ate and then looked at Su Jian. They were both people who did not talk when eating. She smiled to herself. After Xiaoyu finished her meal, she helped the housekeeper clear the dishes. She felt that it was not right to leave after having a meal at someone else's house. She was not even close to them. After cleaning up, Xiaoyu said goodbye to the old lady. "Jian, send Xiaoyu out," the old lady ordered. "Okay." Su Jian stood up. He had already changed into another set of casual clothes. His clothes seemed to be light-colored. Xiaoyu remembered Zhuang Yichen's solemnity and Su Jian's cheerfulness. Xiaoyu knew that she could not refuse. However, she still said, "Grandma, it's really not necessary. I rode my bicycle here." "Oh, so you're saying that you're looking down on my bicycle? Don't force me. When the time comes, I'll ask my grandson to drive his $10 million bicycle back." Humph. Xiaoyu knew that this old lady was someone who could not be disobeyed. If you resisted her decision even a little, she would stab you to death. In the end, Su Jian put Xiaoyu's bicycle in the trunk and drove her home. Xiaoyu, you're not from Qin County, right? Yes, I'm not from here. How long have you been in Qin County? Less than a month. Xiaoyu did not care. Grandma said that your curtains are very good. She asked me to introduce you to some businesses. The tourism industry in Qin County is developing very well. There are a few five-star hotels. Why don't I introduce you to some hotels, and you can hire a few workers to make the curtains in the hotels. Xiaoyu shook her head without hesitation. She was afraid that she would be too idle. I don't want to hire workers. I can do it myself. Why don't you do it when there's money to be made? I don't want to make so much money. The money I've earned now is enough to spend. If it's stable, I can save a lot of money in a year. I don't want to do big businesses. I want to live a simple life. It's quite comfortable. She could not bear to look back on her luxurious past. Those shoes that cost tens of thousands and clothes that cost hundreds of thousands only reminded her of a man called Zhuang Yichen. Her expensive past was inseparable from money. In fact, a pair of shoes that cost $100 had the same function as a pair of shoes that cost tens of thousands. She did not want to fight for those expensive things anymore. She had once climbed into Zhuang Yichen's bed because she wanted Kang Yiyun to see her success. Now, she did not want anyone to see it. In the future, she wanted to live a normal life. She would save some money every year, buy a small house, marry an ordinary man, have children, and live a normal life. Her father used to be an ordinary worker. In fact, now that she thought about it, her mother was very happy. Although her man was not rich, he had doted on her for her entire life. Su Jian held the steering wheel and tilted his head slightly. He saw Xiaoyu's eyes looking forward in a daze. Her hands were holding the seat belt in front of her chest very, very tightly. The next day, Xiaoyu's doorbell rang. It was Su Jian. Am I bothering you? When Su Jian smiled, it was as gentle as jade. Xiaoyu smiled back. The curtains won't be ready so soon. It'll take about 5 days. I'll send it to Grandma, Su, when it's done. Grandma asked me to bring a jade to Ms. Jean and ask her jewelry shop to make a chain for it. She's not around. I called her, and she asked me to wait for her at your house. Is it convenient? Come in. Xiaoyu opened the door. Beauty novel Song Shu 566. Chapter 777. Xiaoyu poured a glass of water for Su Jian, then sat in front of the sewing machine and focused on making the curtains for her client. Su Jian didn't say much. He sat quietly on the sofa and listened to the tap-tap-tap sound coming from the room. Things like mobile phones were very useful at this time. They could go online and check Weibo. Xiaoyu only stopped working when someone knocked on the door and went to open it. It was Jean who greeted her with a bright smile. Xiaoyu, is young Master Yin here? Yes. In a place like the county, it felt like flattery to hear someone call him young master. However, Xiaoyu did not say it out loud. Jin's laughter was as big as her belly. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Young Master Yin!" Jin! Su Jian stood up and walked into the hall. Grandma asked me to come and look for you. I know. Jean opened a gold shop. As a businesswoman, she welcomed guests from all over the world with a smile. Even if it was just a small chain, she was as affectionate as she was when she saw Su Jian. Su Jian took out the small box and handed it to Jean without opening it. Jean opened the box and picked up the peach-shaped jade pendant. She looked at it under the light and exclaimed, "It's a high-quality emerald of the glass species." Su Jian said calmly, "I'm not too sure. Anyway, she asked me to trouble you to make a chain for it." Okay. By the way, have you had dinner?" Before the two of them could say anything, Jean immediately said, "Let's go and eat. I'm starving." Xiaoyu wanted to decline again, but Jean glared at her and said, "You're just a lazy bum. Do you want to eat instant noodles to solve your problems? Don't think that you can ruin your body just because you're young and beautiful. When you're old and fall sick, you won't be able to treat it even if you want to." "Yes, Xiaoyu. Let's go and eat together. You help my grandma make the curtains, and Jean helped my grandma make the chain. This meal is on me. If you refuse, I'll lose face." When Su Jian said the last sentence, he smiled faintly and shrugged his shoulders slightly. He seemed to have expected Xiaoyu to reject him. So he said the last sentence, winter in Sea City was always longer. Even early spring, it was still warm and cold. Zhuang Yiqin was sitting cross-legged on the bed in his bedroom. He was holding a pile of notes in his hand and reading them one by one. There were bank statements, call records from mobile phone, passenger records from the airport, and passenger records from Bus D. She wanted to find a passenger named Xiaoya from those records, but she couldn't find it. Every day, he would spend a lot of time looking through these things, even if his subordinates had already gone through them. He was afraid that there would be traces of Xiaoya contacting her friends and family, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find any. He threw away a large pile of notes and printed slips, kicking them all over the place. Then he collapsed. The bedding under her was bright red, with a thick layer of lotus leaves and lace. It was a luxurious European-style palace. This set of bedding was made by Xiaoya herself. He spread out his hands and touched the bedding with his fingertips. Although it was mended, he could still feel the traces. No matter how exquisite the mending was, it couldn't be turned back into something exactly the same. He didn't know that she would be so ruthless as to cut off all the ties between the two of them in the past. She had even deleted all the wedding photos on his computer. His throat rolled, and he quickly closed his eyes. He let out a shaky breath, and then let out a long, shaky breath. There was a pair of fiery red high heels on the bed. He felt the shoes with his eyes closed. That day he found the shoes. Through the surveillance camera, the security guard, and the neighbor's testimony, he found the occupant. A pair of shoes that had been left outside could be picked up by anyone, but that person didn't want to return them. Uncle Lee thought that he would spend money to buy them back. Why would he spend money to buy them back? Those were his things. He bought them for his woman. Did other people want to wear them? That depended on whether they had the ability or not. He made everyone in that household lose their jobs within an hour. He stood in front of their door for an hour, making calls, checking the occupants, and checking the company. He found the shoes that he had bought for her, but he couldn't find the owner of the shoes. He collected the leftover fabric that she had cut in the house and hired the most skilled garment mender in High City. They worked in shifts, and without sleep, they mended all the clothes that she had made for him and for herself. Those suits, shirts, ties, and evening gowns were hung back in the closet one by one. He was still wearing the tie that she had given him, which was also mended. Her evening gowns were long and short, and they were hung in the closet in a variety of colors. However, he didn't know where their owner was. Zhuang Yiqin just lay on the bed with his eyes closed. Ever since he entered the room, he hadn't said a word. He pinched the shoes and hugged them to his chest. His chest began to tremble and tremble. He bit his lip and curled up his body in pain. He turned to the side and hugged the shoes even tighter. He was afraid that he would crush the shoes out of shape, so he kept his eyes closed and reached out to touch the shoes. Little demon, he called out softly, "Where are you? It seems like this time you will only be satisfied after tormenting me to death. If you didn't come back, I would have forgotten what you looked like. Little demon Xiao, you bastard. IF asterisk king wish I could forget what you looked like." Zhuang Yiqin curled up into a ball and began to convulse. He felt that he had never been in such pain before. He could bear with the hatred for his mother's death. He could conserve his energy. He could lay low for many years and then defeat the enemy with one move. He could attack with schemes and join hands with Jiang Zhao to get rid of the executioners of the Zhuang family. But for Xiaoya, he was in so much pain day after day. He couldn't bear it and couldn't lay low. He ran around aimlessly. He couldn't catch her and didn't know where she had gone. He was afraid. He was afraid that he would never see her again. Every day, when his subordinates came to report that there was no news, he swore that this was the last day, the last time. This would definitely be the last time he sent people out to look for her. He had had enough. The next day, he wouldn't look for her anymore. Whether she lived or died outside was none of Zhuang Yiqin's business. But the next day, when he woke up, he forgot about the oath he swore the day before and sent people out to look for her in a fit of rage. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. She was really ruthless. She didn't call home, Xia Qian, or Yier. He even monitored their QQ and email addresses, but there was not a single message from her. Just now, When he threw away those receipts, he swore that it would be the last time. It would be the last time today. He had almost forgotten about her. It had been so long. If he couldn't find what he shouldn't forget, what was the point of keeping those memories? But when he touched the blanket and the shoes he bought for her, he wavered. He moved himself again and said, "Tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last time I'll look for her. If I can't find her tomorrow night, I won't look for her again." He pieced the shredded things back together. He didn't dare to wash them or wear them, but he couldn't sleep if he didn't wear them. In the past few years, he hadn't bought a single piece of clothing himself. All of them had been personally sewn by her. Broken. They were all broken. They were all ruined. He didn't have Jiang Zhao's family. Even though Jiang Zhao's parents were divorced, they still cared for him. He didn't have Qin Fian's family background. The Qin family was the #1 family in Haiqing. What he had was the remnants of the family business left to him by the Zhuang family's grandfather. With just that little bit, he had worked hard year after year to accumulate what he had today. He was one of the wealthiest people in Haiqing, but he had worked hard for all these years. He didn't have the help of his father or the support of his brothers. Now that he was successful and had killed his enemy, he had no one to share with. He used to have nightmares. In the middle of the night, he would put on his clothes and drive to Qing Feng Garden where he could have a good night's sleep. She never lied to him. He would give her whatever she wanted, because she never hid anything. Other than Kang Yun, it was also because he didn't ask. If she wanted a name, he would give it to her. If she wanted a house, he would give it to her. If she wanted a car, he would give her money to buy it. If she wanted to break up, he would agree. After they broke up, he couldn't find another woman to sleep with, so he continued to pester her. If she wanted to get married, he would agree to it when he was in such a difficult situation. Even though he told her to wait a little longer, she insisted on a marriage. Fine, he would give it to her. He saw how envious she was of Yi Er's wedding. He thought that he couldn't treat his woman badly. Then, the only thing he could do to make it up to her was to give her the romance that he didn't give her in the past. Yu Shui started to pass the message. But in order to hide her well, he didn't eat out with her. There were only a few times when he dared to ask her out for a meal after nearly half a month of preparation. In order to hide her well, every time he attended her product launch, he would bring a female companion and sit in her VIP seat. He would watch her receive flowers and applause. Seeing the joy of success on her face, he couldn't help but want to get close to her. He could only secretly hide backstage. The woman he had hidden for 4 years was exposed to the public because of her early marriage. He knew that she must have been scared out of her wits at that time. It was all his fault. The woman he had hidden for 4 years left him because he had no choice but to hurt her, little demon. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. He gritted his teeth so hard that they made a gurgling sound. In his ears, he heard the song that his mother sang to him when he was young. He started to cry. It was so suppressed that his whole body twitched and trembled. He wanted to hold on to something, but he couldn't. Mom, you really don't have anything left to lose. Nothing. You don't have anything left. Asterisk, 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 there was nothing more heart-wrenching than suppressing pain. Zhuang Yiqin's pain was something he had never experienced before. He thought that everything was under his control. He thought that nothing would run out of his plan, just like what happened to Zhuang Yifeng. Beauty novel Songshu 566. Chapter 778. He had it all planned out. Although the plan had been brought forward because of his marriage, it was still carried out step by step. Before the servants in this villa were changed, there were spies everywhere, and there were bugs everywhere. He could not touch those spies and remove the bugs. He could only treat Xian Man well, and let Zhuang Yifeng know that Xian Man had completely betrayed him. He could only treat Xian Man well, and let Zhuang Yifeng transfer all his hatred to Xian Man. At first, he couldn't bear it. After all, Xian Man had never harmed him. But what could he do? Xiaoya had been kidnapped once. She would be kidnapped again. He couldn't follow Xiaoya 365 days a year, 20 hours a day, 60 minutes an hour, 60 seconds a minute. One mistake and his life would be in danger. Between Xiaoya and Xian Man, even if Xian Man had never wronged him, he could only choose to give her up and let Zhuang Yifeng target her. He was indeed cold-blooded and ruthless. But when he saw Xiaoyu try and choke Exian Man to death with a pillow, the blood in his body boiled. He couldn't wait to kill Zhuang Yifeng immediately to end her pain. He had to bear with it. If he couldn't bear it, Zhuang Yifeng would have to be on guard. Once he was on guard, the time to kill him would be delayed indefinitely. But by the time he had settled everything, she had left. He had left without a trace. The cash check expired. She didn't withdraw a single cent, and the bank returned it. He had checked her bank card. Her parents-in-law were using it. Her luggage was still in Qing Phone Garden. He tried to open the password lock on the luggage and entered her birthday. No, he entered her birthday. When he saw the password lock open with a click, he knew he was done for. His heart was in so much pain that he couldn't breathe. He didn't know how many more things belonged to her. Just the password lock for her birthday was enough to make him wish he was dead. He opened the luggage. It was filled with her daily clothes. She only brought 3 pairs of her favorite shoes. But she didn't take these things with her. The bedsheets were clean and placed in the cupboard. When he took it out, it still smelled of the sun. It was as if she had washed it yesterday. He opened the drawer in her closet. There were some gift boxes inside. It was a small box with exquisite packaging. He opened it. There was a tie and a handkerchief. The box was not broken, but the things inside had been cut up. It was just that they had not been thrown away. He put the pieces together. The violet handkerchief had a pink edge and was very beautiful. It could be folded into a beautiful flower and inserted into the breast pocket of his suit. At the corner of the handkerchief, there was a word embroidered, Chun. The word Chun was also embroidered on the inner hem of the tie. He knew he had broken her heart. She was deeply hurt. She was so hurt that she didn't want to take anything with her, not even a change of clothes. At that moment, he fell on the carpet beside the bed with a dull thud. He thought about how many times he had spent the night in Qing Phone Garden. The next day, he would kick her out of bed and hear her fall to the carpet beside the bed with a thud. He would see her crawl up and call out his name through gritted teeth, Zhuang Yichen. At that time, he was very happy. He hated it when she called him boss in bed and called him boss off the bed. He was a very calculative person. He would not accede to every request of someone who called him boss. It turned out that she had always been different when she was with him. That was why he had been hiding her. He was afraid that she would be poisoned by Zhuang Yifeng. When she went on a blind date and found out that it was Kang Yun, he was furious. He could believe that she was just putting on an act, but he did not believe Kang Yun. He hated her past. There was only Kang Yun in that part of her past, not him. Zhuang Yifeng had been eyeing him covetously. At that time, he did not care about anything. He went to the proposal venue that had been booked and dragged her back. Now that Zhuang Yifeng was gone, he did not have to hide anymore. He could openly take her out to eat, watch TV, and play overseas. Every day when he thought about this, he was in so much pain that he could not sleep. It was as if someone was gouging out his heart and cutting his flesh. The woman that he had spent so much effort to protect was like a seed planted in his body. Without her, there was a huge hole in his heart. Every day, someone was still digging it out. It was so painful that he could not even cry out. "Young master." Li Yong did not knock on the door. He pushed the door open and entered the bedroom. Now that Xiaoyu was not around, there was no need to hide too much. It was also to let Zhuang Yichen talk less. However, the moment he entered, he saw Zhuang Yichen curled up on the bed and crying softly. Li Yong's heart ached. He regretted coming in at this time. Zhuang Yichen usually hid it very well. He did not show much. At most, he would get angry. Now he was curled up on the bed like a trapped beast. Why did he come in? Did he want to deprive a person who had nowhere to vent his pent-up emotions to hide in the room and cry? But he had already shouted. Just as he was about to leave, Zhuang Yichen shouted hoarsely. "Uncle Li," Li Yong responded with a trembling voice. Zhuang Yichen was still curled up. He hugged his shoes, clutched his chest, and sniffled. His voice was hoarse, as if he was enduring great pain. He said with trembling teeth, "Uncle Li, I feel terrible. My heart hurts so much. It's useless to massage it." Li Yong stood by the bed, tears streaming down his face. Young master, the photo studio has already redone the photos. I'm here to tell you. Should we still hang them in the same position? When they had taken the photos, Zhuang Yiqin had tyrannically demanded that the photo studio delete all the negatives. When the photos were destroyed, Xiao Yu's face could not be seen. He had asked Li Yong to call the photo studio to ask for the negatives, but they said that they had already deleted them. He almost tore down the photo studio. Fortunately, when the wedding photos were taken, Xiao Yu showed off and gave Yi Er and Xia Qian a copy each. Then, he copied Yi Er's copy and sent it to the photo studio to have it redone. Zhuang Yiqin's memory was shockingly good. He knew which photos were made of crystal, which ones were made of wood, 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 and which ones were placed in the album. Okay, hang it up. Otherwise, I'll forget what she looks like. It was another weekend. Su Jian returned to Qing County from the provincial capital to visit his grandmother. Sister Jean said that she wanted to treat him to a meal, so he called Xiao Yu over. After the meal, Su Jian wanted to send Sister Jean and Xiao Yu home. However, Sister Jean said that she wanted to go for a walk and exercise after the meal. When they were walking, Xiao Yu was always indifferent. She did not say or express anything. Su Jian was also a man of few words. In Xiao Yu's impression, Su Jian was not such a person. When she saw him at Grandmother Su's house the other day, he was very humorous. The people in the county had a rich entertainment life. There were people dancing in public squares, fitness centers, and couples. Those songs were all street songs, the catchy kind. Sister Jean stood at the side of the square and twisted to the music. She touched her waist and said, "Xiao Yu, people say that I'm too fat and need to lose weight. I think I really need to lose weight. Sigh, I'll go and do some twists. Haha, wait for me." Xiao Yu actually admired Sister Jin's sense of humor. She never thought that there was anything wrong with being fat. She always said, "I'm fat, but my skin is good. Those skinny people my age don't have skin as plump as mine." Xiao Yu was about to stand at the side and wait for Sister Jean when Su Jian reached out his hand to her. "Xiao Yu, please dance." "Huh, aren't you going to do me the honor?" The man asked her to dance in a gentlemanly manner. He placed one hand behind his back and bowed slightly. It was the perfect posture for a dance. "I'm afraid that I'll step on your feet." "It's okay. I've been stepped on by you a few times, so that I won't be stepped on by you next time. But I'm not wearing high heels. I'm so much taller than you." Xiao Yu felt that height was a big problem. If she were as tall as Yi Er, she would not have to wear high heels in front of Zhuang Yiqin. Sigh. She thought that it was wrong of her to link everything to Zhuang Yiqin again. Haha, maybe it'll have a different effect. The music in the square stopped, and then it started again. The slow four-step dance was melodious. Soon, the people around them stopped dancing. They looked at the man and woman dancing in the middle of the square. Xiao Yu straightened his back and leaned back slightly, tiptoeing along with the dance. The woman looked quiet and beautiful. However, when she raised her head and puffed out her chest, she suddenly felt cold and elegant. The man was leisurely and handsome. He was as noble as a prince from a fairy tale. He was holding his partner in a gentlemanly manner. The dance steps were perfectly coordinated. Because the male and female leads were a perfect match, even a fancy spin would attract waves of applause. Xiao Yu, actually, the best way to forget a relationship is to jump into another one. Have you heard of this saying before? Su Jian was merely holding Xiao Yu's arm. It was only physical contact, unlike other people who wanted to pull the woman into their arms just for the sake of a pas de deux. His gaze was still looking in front. However, it was faint. Through the music, it reached Xiao Yu's ears. Huh? Xiao Yu was shocked. You don't have to hide or forget when you're healing a relationship. When you experience another relationship, you might slowly forget about it. People have to experience a lot of relationships in a lifetime. Some will be broken. When it's broken, there will be hurt. However, life goes on, doesn't it? Su Jian led Xiao Yu around as he spoke in a gentle tone. Actually, you can settle for the next best thing. This time, Xiao Yu really stepped on Su Jian's foot. However, she swore that she did not do it on purpose. Su Jian did not mind. He stopped and held Xiao Yu's shoulder. Xiao Yu, be my girlfriend. I think you don't have to wait until you've forgotten someone before you can accept someone else. You? How did you know? Xiao Yu put down her tiptoes and looked at Su Jian uneasily. She had forgotten that his hands were still holding her shoulders. However, this gentleman only had a gentle smile. Even though it was nighttime and the lights in the square were not bright, his smile was so gentle. It was as gentle as the early spring sunshine. It was warm and did not hurt. Since the day I sent you home and asked you why you didn't want to earn money, I guessed that you were hurt. Awesome novel, Shinwoo 799. Chapter 779. At your age, the things you make are exquisite and beautiful. You can definitely make a career in a big city. Moreover, Su Jiyin smiled faintly, but there was a sharp light in his gentle eyes, as if he could see through everything. Moreover, I've already said that I'll introduce you to some business, but you're not willing to accept it. You can make more money easily, but you refuse. This means that you're afraid of being idle. You have exquisite handwork skills and understand design concepts. You're so good in appearance, but you're single. Your eyes are dim, and there's a strong sense of melancholy. If you're not injured, then you've encountered a major setback. Seeing that Xiaoyu was in a daze, Su Jian took her hand again and held her waist. He started dancing again. There were no more fancy moves, just simple steps. Xiaoyu, I've been thinking about these problems in the past few days back in the provincial capital. Sister Jean said that you're a loner, but I always feel that there's a fire in your heart that will definitely burn very passionately. Xiaoyu, let's date. Young Master Su, you know nothing about me except for my name. I'm the same about you. Just take it as a joke. Xiaoyu used to entertain guests often, so naturally, she would not blush, run away, or hide like a teenager. She moved along with Su Jian's steps, just waiting for the song to stop. I, Su Jian, 25 years old. My ancestral home is Qing County. I live in Sea City. My grandmother, maternal grandparents, and parents are all alive. After my grandfather passed away, my grandmother insisted on coming back to take care of the house in Qing County. Our family runs a jewelry business. We have a jade processing factory in Yunnan and our own diamond factory in South Africa. Currently, our Suji jewelry store is in all the major shopping malls in the country. I've been in 3 relationships, but they ended without any illness. At this time, Xiaoyu pushed Su Jian away in a panic. She had thought about starting a new life. She really had thought about finding a substitute. She had even thought about it. As long as she could forget about Zhuang Yiqin, she did not care whether she hurt anyone or not. The feeling of being alone was not good. However, she did not want to find a rich man. Even if Sister Jean called him Young Master Su, she did not expect him to have such a family background. It turned out that Su Ji jewelry store belonged to Su Jian's family. When they got married, the naked diamond was bought from Su Ji jewelry store. It was a high-quality South African diamond. Xiaoyu. Su Jian caught up with Xiaoyu, who had been silent all this while. Holding her hand, he said, Xiaoyu, what if I told you that during the few days I was back in Sea City, all I could think about was the way you ate without saying a word, the way you lowered your head and made curtains, and the way you held onto your seatbelt and looked straight ahead. Do you find it unbelievable? Xiaoyu shook his head and tried to shake off Su Jian's hand. I just want to live a normal life. Young Master Su, don't disturb me. Su Jian did not let go. I won't disturb your peace. If you like to stay in Qing County, then stay in Qing County. I'll come back every week unless I'm on a business trip. Why reject me so quickly? I'm not interested in rich people. Even if your former lover is very rich, do you have to treat all rich people as enemies? Young Master Su, I have a name. Su Jian was very particular about the way he addressed her. This was the first time he had used a heavy tone. I'm going back. As Su Jian watched Xiaoyu run out of the plaza, he hailed a taxi and let out a sigh. Jean walked over and patted Su Jian on the back. Did you hit a snag? Yes. Do you like her? Yes. It was a simple and straightforward conversation, but the content was already clear. Jean seemed to be very close to Su Jian. She held his arm. Do you really like her? Yes. I've missed her for a week. Xiaoyu looks like she's been hurt. She usually locks herself at home to make curtains. If young master's temper flares up, then forget it. At that time, I asked her to make curtains at your grandmother's house purely because I wanted to introduce her to some business. I really didn't want to be a matchmaker. Jean. The two of them walked to the place where they had eaten earlier to pick up the car. If you really don't want to play, then forget it. My grandmother likes her very much. Didn't you notice? She even mentioned her when she called me. Yes, when did Grandma Sue invite anyone to eat at her place? Jean, I want to fight for her. The car lock was pressed, and the two of them sat in the car. Jean was not used to wearing the seatbelt. Su Jian asked her twice before she finally put it on. It was rare for Jean to be so serious when she spoke. Jian, I've already said that Xiaoyu has been through a lot. You're in Sea City, and she's in Qing County. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to develop a relationship. She locks herself up every day. If you don't care about her, how can you enter her life? At noon the next day, Xiaoyu sat in front of the sewing machine again and buried her head in making curtains. When the doorbell rang, she shouted, "Who is it? Wait a minute. It's me, Xiaoyu." It was Jin's voice. Xiaoyu quickly stopped the sewing machine and got up to open the door for Jin. When she opened the door, Jin smiled. "You're making curtains again? Come in, Jin." At this moment, footsteps came from the stairs. Jin had only one foot in the house when Su Jian arrived at the door. He smiled as if nothing had happened last night. He was not embarrassed at all. "Jin, I was just about to look for you. I'm looking for Xiaoyu. If you're looking for me, sit at Xiaoyu's house for a while." Okay. Xiaoyu was speechless. Did these two people think that she did not exist? As soon as Su Jian entered the house, he followed Sister Jean to change his shoes. When he smelled the scent of instant noodles in the house, he frowned. He followed the scent and found where the instant noodles were. He picked up the noodles and poured the lunch into the toilet for Xiaoyu. Su, Zhe, Yan. Xiaoyu wanted to kill this guy with a knife. How dare he do this in front of her? Su Jian chose to ignore it. Don't eat those things that hurt your stomach and are not nutritious. Do you have food at home? You can make your curtains. I'll get something for you to eat. Sister Jean slapped her thigh and stood up. What kind of food does she have? She eats instant noodles every day. Wait here. I'll go upstairs and get it for you. I have a lot of food in the fridge. As Xiaoyu stepped on the sewing machine, she smelled the fragrance coming from the kitchen. The smell of cooking at home was indeed different. This process was enough to attract the glutton in her stomach. She could not help but swallow her saliva. It had been a long time since she had such an appetite. She was very curious. What would a man like Su Jian's cooking taste like? Xiaoyu stood at the kitchen door and listened to the sound of the kitchen hood. She watched as the man wore the apron that Jean had brought down. He rolled up his sleeves and skillfully stir-fried the food. The aroma of the food wafted into her nose. When it was time to eat, she took big bites of the food. There were 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup. It was delicious. Su Jian also filled his bowl with rice. He could not help but laugh when he thought of the way she chewed slowly the other day. Wow, how can you eat so much? I haven't eaten either. Leave some for me. I can't finish it. Do you think I'm transformed from a pig? The food would only taste better if one fought to eat it. When Su Jian saw how relaxed Xiaoyu was while eating, he also tried his best to eat with her. For dinner, Jean consciously took a lot of food from upstairs. She said that she wanted to freeload. Naturally, Su Jian was the one who cooked. Xiaoyu stepped on the sewing machine, while Jean sat beside her and looked in the direction of the kitchen. Xiaoyu, Jian is a good person. Look, there's a rich man who knows how to cook. He's also very polite. Even a nouveau riche like me sincerely thinks that he's a good person. Don't be so picky. Try dating him. It's not like you're losing anything. He really likes you. Jean, I don't need any sincerity. Okay. You just need someone to accompany you. Just don't be so bored. Xiaoyu did not answer. She was too bored. The more bored she was, the more she was surrounded by Zhuang Yichen. She needed to change the situation. Then, why don't you let Jian accompany you for a while and get to know you better? Jean asked. Jean, I'm divorced. Xiaoyu was still stepping on the sewing machine and did not stop. After being stunned for a while, Jean changed the topic. Xiaoyu knew that anyone would be calculative about this condition. It was good that she was calculative. She felt relieved. At night, Xiaoyu had already packed up and went to bed. Someone rang the doorbell again. Jean was the only person who would ring her doorbell so late at night. When she walked to the door, She looked out through the peephole. It was Su Jian. Xiaoyu wanted to pretend that she did not hear anything. She turned off the lights and was about to go back to sleep. However, the person outside the door had already spoken. Xiaoyu, I know you're here. The lights were on just now. Now that the lights are gone, Jean told me. Xiaoyu, I miss you. I don't mind. You're already divorced. You're alone now. Xiaoyu, aren't you tired of tying yourself up? Where are you going to find a man like me who's willing to be your substitute? I just think that since I like you to the extent that I can see you even when I close my eyes, and you're not in a relationship right now, why don't we try dating? As soon as he said this, the door was pulled open. Xiaoyu looked at Su Jian and asked directly, Can we not get on the bed? Su Jian heaved a sigh of relief. The corners of his lips curled up, and his eyes began to shine brightly under the light. Of course. Do you agree? Okay. Haicheng, Ninth Mansion. Zhuang Yiqin sat beside the tea table in Jiang Zhao's study. The aroma of tea filled the air. He said, If I were to use the media to find someone, would it be a good idea? Yiqin, if we use the media to find her, Xian Man's and Zhuang Yifeng's matters will be dug up. Maybe even more. It's too risky. Jiang Zhao sighed, his eyes deep and serious. Yiqin, if we use the media to find her, Xian Man and Zhuang Yifeng's matters will be dug up. Zhuang Yiqin knew that this was a dirty secret that could not be exposed. If he were to openly look for Xiaoya, the reason for the divorce would be exposed. For example, the hostage incident that night would expose the gun incident. At the same time, his secret forces might also be exposed. Come and see. Hongxia 866. Chapter 780. Everything that happened in the past would be used for hype, especially by people like him. People who liked to gossip would never lose interest. The love histories of the rich and handsome would always be talked about enthusiastically, but the conspiracy behind those love histories could not be exposed. Zhuang Yifeng was dead, and there was no evidence. If he was exposed, he would be digging his own grave. Yiqin, have you ever thought that with Xiao Ya's personality, she might have already? Jiang Zhao filled the washed tea set with tea, picked up the cup, and handed it to Zhuang Yiqin. His words stopped there, and he held the cup in front of Zhuang Yiqin, but his gaze was unreadable. Zhuang Yiqin's heart skipped a beat. He took the tea from Jiang Zhao and quickly closed his eyes. His hands began to tremble slightly. The high-quality Tiguanyin tea was steeped in the boiling spring water, and its aroma filled the air. Even the light yellow tea splashed in all directions, scattering the aroma. Jiang Zhao frowned as he watched Zhuang Yiqin pour the boiling hot tea into his mouth and swallow it. Zhuang Yiqin took a deep breath. His heart skipped a beat just now, and it suddenly froze. A chill ran through his body. Fortunately, there was a cup of boiling hot tea. It was not that he had not thought about what Jiang Zhao said. He had thought about it before, and that was why he wanted Jiang Zhao to help him come up with ideas. In the past, he thought that man could conquer nature, but now he felt powerless. He wanted to surrender and admit defeat. He could not stand the futility, hopelessness, and disappointment every day. He knew that if this happened again, he would be in despair. He restored everything. The photos, quilt, shoes, clothes, tie, handkerchief, and the furnishings in the room. Even the skincare products she used, he put them all back in their original position. Just like that. Day after day. He could not hold on for much longer. He was afraid. He was afraid that if this continued, he would either die or go crazy. He had never been tortured like this before. Back then, when Zhuang Yifeng snatched Xian Man away, he did not want to get her back so desperately. He did not even think about it. He did not even take the initiative to look for her. It was Xian Man who felt sorry for him and took the initiative to look for him. He thought that it was probably because he felt that he did not owe Xian Man, so he did not feel anything. But on the other hand, what did he owe Xiaoya? He didn't give her less than Xian Man, but he gave her so much more than Xian Man. What else did he owe her? In the end, he realized that he had abandoned himself and his heart with her. It was because she had never asked for anything that he was at ease with her. He was at ease with her if she did not go and provoke other men. He was at ease with her if she never disturbed him. His heart was placed entirely on her. Once she left, she took them all with her. He wanted to take him away, but he didn't want to take him away. He wanted to leave a body like this. It was clearly a body, but still hurt. Every day, he had to endure the pain. In his dreams, he had to endure her shadow coming back to dig out his flesh and drink his blood. He started to be jealous of Kang Iyun. How much pain did little you have in the past for her to want to die? Was it like him now? What he hoped for now was that she did not love him as deeply as she loved Kang Iyun. She did not want to die because of sadness. If that was the case, he could continue to look for her. How could he not know that with Xiao Ye's personality, she might already have a man? He did not say it, but it did not mean that he did not think about it. After all, he knew that she found him because she was abandoned by Kang Iyun. Her goal was so clear. She was using him to forget Kang Iyun. He knew that she would do it. She was actually a decisive person. She wanted to commit suicide for Kang Iyun. She wanted to be his lover. She wanted to force him to marry her. Every time, she would force herself to the road of death. She forced herself to find a way to live. He knew that she loved him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wanted to marry him. She wouldn't have wanted to suffocate Xian Man. She wouldn't have even locked the lockbox with his birthday. She wouldn't have cut everything and left nothing behind. She loved him too much. That was why she left so decisively. She did not want to take any memories with her. She was looking for a way to live. She left to find a way to live. He knew it all, but the road in front of him was a dead end. Zhuang Yichin's heart started to hurt again. It hurt so much that his face turned pale. He and Jiang Zhao did not need to say much. The other party could understand. Yichin, how about this? 3 days. I'll use 3 days to get the people from the Industry and Commerce Bureau to find all the registration information of all the clothing companies and factories in the country for you. Xiaoya has a skill. When she left, she did not take her passport with her. Could she have left the country? We'll look for her in the country. We'll start with the clothing line. If it doesn't work, we'll do a big search. If it doesn't work, I'll ask Shua Hao for help. Some of the things in the army are very advanced. Are you afraid that we won't be able to find thousands of Xiaoya Qios? Zhuang Yichin's throat was choked up. He could only nod and take a deep breath. Brother Zhao, thank you. Jiang Zhao had never seen Zhuang Yichin reveal his own predicament and weakness in front of him. He was touched. It's just that I happen to have such resources. It's convenient for you. I also know that you're anxious. Spring came and went. Cold came and went. Time always changed people's situation. The summer in the southern cities was always long. The cold came later. This autumn, the flowers were still blooming. It had been 2.5 years since they left Haichin. Xiaoyu brought his 1.5-year-old daughter to chase butterflies in the garden in front of the villa. The little girl's hair was very shiny. It was thick and black. It almost reached her shoulders, but it was not tied up. Her face was pink and delicate. The little girl stretched out her little hand and reached out when she saw the butterflies in the garden. She did not run very fast and fell from time to time. However, her gaze was still on the butterflies in the garden that were chasing around the flowers. Mommy, Xiaoyu's long hair was draped over her shoulders. She squatted by the flowers and pointed her index finger at the little girl. Her eyes were wide open. Shu, baby Shu. The little girl's eyes were bright. She imitated her mother and pointed her index finger at her mouth. Her eyes were wide open. Shu, baby Shu. Xiaoyu had a blissful smile on her face. Seeing that another butterfly had landed on the flower in front of her, she carefully held out her palm in an attempt to catch the butterfly. The little girl imitated her mother and stood by the flower shrub, holding out her palm. However, her actions were careless. The little girl laughed and screamed excitedly. Ah, baby, he kept saying. The child was imitating her mother. She picked a sentence and said it many times. It was better if she was noisy. She saw that her mother was serious and wanted to destroy the butterflies. She ran over, scared them away, and continued to chase after them. Yo-yo, Xiaoyu laughed and shouted. Yo-yo ran dangerously and laughed along the way. The reason why it was said that Yo-yo was running dangerously was because she looked like she was running unsteadily and could fall at any moment. However, She continued to run without any fear. Xiaoyu saw that Yo-Yo was wearing a pink and blue princess dress. She had made a pink and blue spaghetti strap dress herself. Her daughter was mischievous, and her mother was as gentle as the wind. Mommy, Mommy, Yo-Yo pointed at the butterflies on the flowers. Mommy, Mommy, butterfly, butterfly, I'm not going to catch them for you. They're bad. Xiaoyu wiped the sweat off his forehead. Yo-Yo suddenly ran towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was happy and reached out to carry her. However, Yo-Yo ran past her and ran into the arms of another person. Daddy, Daddy, butterfly, butterfly. The man was handsome. When he smiled, the sunlight shining on the garden was gentle and warm. Baby. He planted a kiss on Yo-Yo's cheek. The sweetness of his doting made the little princess in his arms tremble with joy. The man asked, Daddy will catch butterflies for baby, okay? Okay. How will baby thank Daddy? Kiss, the little princess said in a childish voice. She then smeared her saliva all over the man's face. Ah, it smells so good. The man tilted his head and snuggled into the little princess's neck, laughing loudly. Smells so good, smells so good. Baby's kiss smells so good. Daddy will catch so many good butterflies for baby. Xiaoyu smiled and walked over. Jian, don't spoil her. It's tiring to work. Let me carry Yo-Yo, Xiaoyu said gently. No, I haven't carried baby for a day. I don't feel tired at all when I carry baby. Although Su Jian was talking to Xiaoyu, he was actually talking to Yo-Yo. When he saw Yo-Yo smiling, he raised his chin and said, Isn't that right? Isn't that right? My little Yo-Yo, isn't that right? I miss Daddy. Yo-Yo misses Daddy. Daddy, hurry up and catch butterflies for baby. Baby misses Daddy as a reward, okay? Su Jian handed Yo-Yo to Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu took Yo-Yo, Su Jian planted a kiss on Xiaoyu's forehead. How about you? Did you miss me? Xiaoyu chuckled. Yes. Okay. Su Jian rolled up his sleeves. I'm going to catch butterflies for my wife and sweetheart. Xiaoyu watched as Su Jian entered the villa and took a large decorative glass bottle. He then filled it with fresh flowers and placed it on the grass. Then, he wanted to catch butterflies seriously. Initially, there were not many butterflies in the garden in front of the villa. However, one day, Yo-Yo saw butterflies flying around on the television. She clapped her hands excitedly and screamed for butterflies. The next day, he asked his men to replace the flowers in the garden with flowers that attracted butterflies. Then, he asked his men to bring a few thousand butterflies home. That day, when he released the butterflies from the box, Yo-Yo ran around the garden excitedly. Some of the butterflies ran away. However, as the flowers in the garden were very fragrant, most of the butterflies stayed behind. She knew what he was thinking. He wanted to give her everything she wanted. A flash marriage. What a thrilling marriage. They had known each other for a week. After she agreed to be his girlfriend, he took out his household register and secretly brought her to get a marriage certificate 3 days later. What was done could not be undone. He said that in this lifetime, he would do something impulsive that followed his heart at least once. And that was to get married for a woman that he missed all the time. He knew that it was a risk, but he wanted to take this risk for once in his life. He said that he did not mind being that person's substitute. After all, life was long. One day, he would be able to make her happy. Every day, he racked his brains to make her happy. He was so good to her. His family was in a mess because of her divorce, but he still persisted. He said that he was taking a risk and was impulsive. However, he was a man. He had to be responsible for his impulsiveness and risk. He persisted not only for the sake of responsibility, but also for hope. Only by persisting would they have hope. She thought that God pitted her. He pitted her for being hurt so deeply by 2 men. Therefore, he sent her such a man to make up for the hurt she had suffered in the past. Then, she would be in his arms and slowly forget the pain that was carved into her bones. Come and see. Xinwu 799. Chapter 781. At night, Su Jian was in the nursery, holding Yo-Yo in his arms as he told her story. His voice was gentle and soothing. Once upon a time, in a forest, there lived a mother pig, a father pig, and 3 adorable pig babies. One day, the mother pig felt that the babies had grown up and it was time for them to leave their parents and live independently. She wanted them to build a house of their own, and the eldest one made the first move. Yo-Yo suddenly burst into tears. She hugged Sujian's neck and refused to let go. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she pressed her face against Sujian's. Baby doesn't want to leave Daddy and Mommy. Baby doesn't want to build a house. Baby loves Daddy and Mommy. When Xiaoyu heard Yo-Yo's cries, she rushed into the nursery after washing her face. She saw Sujian gently kissing away his daughter's tears as he coaxed Yo-Yo. "That's a story, baby. That's a story. Yo-Yo will never leave Daddy and Mommy. Never." Xiaoyu stood at the door and watched this scene unfold. When she saw her husband coaxing her daughter gently, her heart softened. She heard her husband swearing to their daughter that they would never leave each other. They would never leave each other. Xiaoyu's eyes reddened as she smiled. "What's wrong with Yo-Yo?" There was a mischievous tone in her voice. She sounded like a children's show host who was in her 30s or 40s. A group of children would surround her and call her sister. Then, she would use her sweet voice to get closer to the children. Her mischievous tone was filled with gentleness. Xiaoyu had never imagined that she could be so gentle. When she saw the child being born on the first day, she opened her eyes weakly and watched as the doctor held the child up. "It's a girl. A very beautiful girl." At that time, some of the blood on Yo-Yo's body had been wiped off. However, there were still some bloodstains. Xiaoyu watched as Yo-Yo kicked her limbs and closed her eyes. Her cries were clear and crisp. Xiaoyu had never felt that there was such a voice in the world. It was so mesmerizing, and it surpassed all other voices. Xiaoyu had heard children crying in the past, but she did not like it. However, when she heard Yo-Yo's first cry, she thought that she had been moved by Yo-Yo's cries and was moved to tears. Later on, she could not hear the sounds clearly, but she always remembered that this was her child. Every piece of flesh and blood in this child's body was supplied by her. Invisible to the naked eye, the jingzi and ovum collided with each other in her body, turning into small pieces of flesh the size of fingernails. Then, they grew separately. Yo-Yo had small hands, legs, and a head. When she was in her stomach, she turned around and covered her face. There was a video of her playing in the ultrasound. Yo-Yo pushed her belly so high and so big that she had to bend her back when she stood up and when she sat down. She was tired, but the moment Yo-Yo landed on the ground, she felt that her tiredness was all worth it. Now that she had Yo-Yo, her gentleness was born from her bones. She had never been so tolerant and patient, even if that child had made her angry countless times and made her so angry that she wanted to hit her. However, she still held it in. She thought that this was her child, a child created by her cells. How magical! Although this child was infuriating, she thought that sometimes she would smile at her with a face full of innocence and innocence. Xiaoyu finally understood that the purest thing in the world was not the air in Shizong, not the cloudless sky, and not the distilled water. It was the child. It was Yo-Yo who had been cleansing her soul, making her feel no more hatred and resentment. It made her realize that there was a kind of sacrifice that did not care about returns or consequences. It was selfless and without resentment. "Mommy," Yo-Yo hugged Sujian as she looked at Xiaoyu with tears in her eyes. "Mommy, oh baby." Xiaoyu climbed onto Yo-Yo's bed and slept on the other side of her. She hugged Yo-Yo together with Sujian. "Baby, what's wrong?" "Mommy," Yo-Yo called out in her baby voice. Although a child at such a young age could occasionally speak in an orderly manner, she would also be too anxious to form words. Sujian sighed as he patted Yo-Yo's back. His voice was gentle and pleasant. "Baby, don't cry, don't cry. It's all Daddy's fault. Daddy won't tell stories like this in the future, okay? Yo-Yo is sad. Daddy will be Yo-Yo's horse. Will you be my horse?" As a child, Yo-Yo suddenly stopped crying and laughed. She flipped over and tried to climb onto Sujian's back. In the nursery, there was endless laughter. The child's laughter was so wild that she could not catch her breath. Sujian crawled on all fours in the nursery that was covered with mats. He was carrying his 1.5-year-old daughter on his back, and he was even imitating a horse. Xiaoyu was afraid that Yo-Yo would fall off Su Jian's back, so she supported the child and chased after them. Eventually, Yo-Yo got tired and fell asleep on Su Jian's back. The screen was still playing. Xiaoyu placed Yo-Yo on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Then, he turned up the volume of the surveillance camera in the nursery. If Yo-Yo cried, the servants would be able to hear it. Su Jian stood by the bed and looked at Yo-Yo's baby face. She was sleeping on her side, and her face was on the pillow. One of her hands was even under her face. She looked really so cute. Hugging Xiaoyu in his arms, he kissed her face. Xiaoyu, Yo-Yo is so cute. She held his hand and leaned against his shoulder. Then, she wrapped her arms around his neck and said coquettishly, "Okay, let's go to bed. You still have to go to the city tomorrow." "Okay," he said as he hugged her and kissed her on the lips. The next day, Xiaoyu came out of Su Jian's arms. "Okay." He pulled her over and buried his head in her hair. "Xiaoyu, sleep for a while more. Jian, I'm bringing Yo-Yo to the amusement park today. You sleep first. I'll go and tidy up Yo-Yo. I'll send you there." Su Jian sat up on the bed and hugged Xiaoyu's waist. "I'll send you there. It's okay. I'm free anyway. You're the one who's not free. It's so tiring to take care of the baby." "It's not tiring at all. I have a nanny. I'm going to send you there. Let's go together." Xiaoyu smiled. She really did not know what to do with him. Yo-Yo did not want the nanny to carry her. Xiaoyu always carried her when they went out. When she got out of the car, the chauffeur looked straight ahead. Su Jian got out of the car and hugged the mother and daughter. "Have fun. Call me when you're done. I'll come and pick you up. I'll call the chauffeur." Xiaoyu could not help but laugh. "Don't be like this. We've been married for so long. You're always like this." Su Jian shook his head. No. We'll always be in a relationship." As he spoke, he kissed Yo-Yo. "Baby, right?" The child said in a childish voice, "Daddy and Mommy are a perfect match." "Ha ha." Su Jian and Xiaoyu laughed together. "Who taught you that?" Su Jian laughed until his stomach hurt. As he touched Yo's face, he could not help but kiss her again. Little Bao was really cute. "Andy." Su Jian looked forward and saw the Annie who had just come out of the passenger seat. She was carrying a lot of bags. Su Jian smiled and said, "Sister, starting from this month, I'll give you a raise." Xiaoyu carried Xiaoyu as the auntie queued up to buy the tickets. The amusement park was located near the city. There was a lot of traffic here. Many people brought their children to play, so there was a lot of traffic. Many people had to queue up for an hour. Yo-Yo pointed at the car and said to Xiaoyu, "Mommy red, Mommy black, white, silver." Xiaoyu slowly agreed. "Baby, you're awesome. What's the color of the lantern on the tree?" "Red." "What's the color of the pot of flowers?" "Purple." "Baby, you're awesome. What's the color of the car?" "Orange." In the middle of the traffic, a black car was blocked by many cars. The car plate could not be seen clearly, but it was very clean and luxurious. It was different from the other cars on the road, which were all gray. Xiaoyu stood in front of the ticket counter in the amusement park. She was carrying her daughter and talking to her about the colors. Her face was gentle. The autumn wind blew, and her silky hair was fluttering. Today, she was wearing sportswear. It was a matching outfit with Yo's. It was pink. She liked these colors. She would wear all the colors that were suitable for Yo-Yo. The mother was young and beautiful, and the daughter was beautiful. Such a pair of mother and daughter would always attract attention. The black car was so dark that one could not see what was going on inside. However, there was an even darker shadow in the back seat. It looked like the outline of a person. Xiaoyu kissed Yo-Yo on the cheek. "Reward, baby." "Madam." The housekeeper came out of the crowd with the tickets. She raised her hand and waved at Xiaoyu's back. "Madam, the tickets are ready. Oh, let's go and play. Let's go and play." Xiaoyu carried Yo-Yo with her other hand. In the black car, the handsome man's slender eyes stared out of the window. His breath was cold and dry, as if the breath he exhaled at any time could cause frostbite. His eyes fell on the amusement park and the traffic jam. Leong said, "Sai, it's the weekend today. If it's the weekend, it won't be able to get out even after 2 hours." "There's no hurry," Zhuang Yichen said simply. The wind was blowing outside, blowing the trees and causing them to sway up and down. The woman's hair floated in the wind. She kissed the baby in her arms affectionately. Suddenly, his skin tightened and the pores on his body contracted. He had goosebumps, and he could clearly feel the skin on his cheeks contracting. The car started to move slowly. He suddenly opened the car door. Li Yong was shocked. Young master, Zhuang Yiqin had already opened the car door and got out of the car. The chaotic sound of the car horn was a protest and curse at the man who was shuttling between the cars. He could not care less. His hand held the front of the cars that were moving forward again, and then he barged past them. He saw the long-haired woman with the baby turn around. He started to shout, "Little demon Xiao, stop right there. Stop right there." He was so anxious that his eyes were red. A car wanted to pass in front of him to buy some time. He strode over and punched the hood of the car. Attention, Xinwu 799. Chapter 782. The person in the car was clearly the one who had suffered a loss, but when he opened his mouth to scold him, he saw the man's eyes. It was as if the sky had turned dark and the man was an evil spirit from hell. The man behind the steering wheel opened his mouth in shock. The car suddenly stopped. Xiao Yu seemed to have heard someone calling Little Demon Xiao. That voice was mixed in with the noise. She carried Yo-Yo and quickly paid for the ticket. Asterisk, 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 there was a voice that had been sealed. She would never remember it again, even if it was familiar. Xiao Yu knew that she was a loyal and heartless person. When she loved, she would break her bones. When she forgot, she would break her bones and body at all costs. After her rebirth, she would help her husband and raise her children and live a peaceful life. Zhuang Yiqin saw the way the woman carried the baby girl. She pointed here and there with a gentle smile, as if she was saying something to the baby girl. She was very patient. He had never seen little demon Xiao with long hair. He had never seen such an elegant little demon Xiao. A seal was placed on her. She was no longer little demon Xiao. She was Xiao Yu Qiao. He chased after her, but was stopped by the staff at the entrance. He did not buy a ticket. Now, he had a queue to buy a ticket. He took out his wallet from his pocket. When he opened it, there was no cash. There was their wedding photo in the wallet. He gently hooked her chin and kissed her. There was sunlight on the other side. It shone through, blurring their silhouettes. However, what was clear was the deep love between their lips. There was no pretense. He just kissed her passionately. The photographer liked this photo very much. The photography studio said that they needed their permission to advertise the photo. They would pay for it. What a joke. Would he want that money? Not to mention advertising. He would not even leave the negatives for them. Did he get the wrong person? But how could he get the wrong person? Other than the clothes, the aura, the hair, Actually, other than her face, there was nothing else that resembled his little demon. But even if it was just her face, he had to find her. She had caused him to be unable to sleep peacefully for more than 800 days and nights. How could he let her go? Whose child was that? He clenched his fists tightly. The person carrying the bags looked like a nanny. Did she hire a nanny? He didn't dare to think in that direction. He just wanted to find her and wait until he found her. The sun had risen high in the sky. The sun in the south was always unbridled, even in autumn. This was different from Sea City. The sun was already setting in the west. It hung in the distance, growing redder and redder, smaller and smaller. As the night approached, he stood at the exit and looked at everyone who came in through the exit. He had been standing for a very, very long time, but he didn't feel tired at all. The child with a childish voice shouted happily, "Daddy! Daddy!" He had no interest in paying attention to it, but she heard a woman's voice. She shouted, "Jian, we're here. Daddy! Daddy!" Zhuang Yiqin looked in the direction of the voice and saw her waving in front of her. Before he could see who she was waving to, he rushed over without hesitation. After rushing over, he hugged her in his arms. Together with the little girl in her arms, he hugged her in his arms. He had thought countless times that if he saw her, he would definitely kill her, torture her, scold her, and hit her. But in the end, he just hugged her. When he hugged her, his whole body twitched. He couldn't smell the familiar scent. She didn't wear Chanel perfume, and there was no powder on her face. She didn't wear makeup, and she didn't even use foundation. There was only a faint smell of skincare products on her face. It wasn't Lancome, and he couldn't smell anything else. Little demon. He hugged her. His nose had already lost its function. He didn't dare to open his eyes. He was afraid that he would lose his sight and not recognize her. He didn't dare to scold her, hit her, kill her, or torture her. He was only afraid that if he said something harsh, he would lose her again. He just called out softly, "Little demon." The little girl seemed to have eaten a strong explosive. She pushed Zhuang Yichen with all her might. "Let go! Let go! What are you doing?" When Su Jian noticed that something was wrong, he had already rushed over. While Zhuang Yichen's divine sense was still in a daze, he was pulled away by two people who looked like bodyguards and shoved away. He saw the gentle man carefully caressing her head, her face, her shoulders, and the baby girl in her arms. "Daddy, Daddy." "Oh, Daddy is hugging Yo-Yo." While he was still stunned, he saw her holding the man's arm. "Jian, I told you not to come, but you came again. It's too tiring." "It's not tiring. How can I not worry when my wife and daughter are outside?" As he listened to the conversation, he suddenly realized that his ears had become extremely sensitive for a moment, but when he heard the man say wife and daughter, his ears began to go deaf. He could not hear the buzzing. He could not hear anything clearly. He rushed up and shouted, "Little demon Xiao, stop right there." When he shouted, he didn't realize that his voice was so domineering. No matter how many people there were, he rushed up without a care. He couldn't let her. She ran away just like that. She didn't even look at him. Just like that, she snuggled into another man's arms and left with the man with the child. He couldn't let her go. Why didn't she look at him? Did she not want to? Did she not want to? Or did she not dare to? "Sir, please conduct yourself with dignity." The people who stopped him were probably the men that the man had brought. He saw that she finally looked back at him. Her eyes were clear and bright. "Sir, you've got the wrong person." He looked at the man beside her and patted her shoulder comfortingly. "Let's go." "Okay. Little demon Xiao, don't you dare run again." He was stopped and pulled. He wanted to hit her, but he was trapped and couldn't use his strength. He could only raise his voice and shout at her. At this time, the crowd in the amusement park was about to disperse, but because of this incident, it attracted a lot of people to come and watch. "Little demon, don't go." His eyes were already red. He raised his leg and kicked the people who were pulling him. Then, he raised his fist and threw the two people down. When he rushed over, the man who was protecting her punched him and threw him down. He didn't feel any pain and didn't want to get even with the people who hit him. He just fell to the ground and looked up at her. He was afraid that he would miss the flash of heartache or something else in her eyes. However, he couldn't see anything. He only heard her say unhappily, "Sir, my husband is a very cultured person. You really went too far for him to get involved. I'm not someone you know." Su Jian's clenched fists were trembling. He only felt relieved when he put his arm through another hand. He took Yo-Yo from her arms and carried her in his arms. "Baby, go home with Daddy and Mommy." The crowd had already dispersed. He stood up when he saw those people walking toward the parking lot. Xiaoyu was warm. "Is your hand hurt?" she asked Su Jian softly. "It's fine. What do you want to eat tonight?" She didn't say anything, so he didn't ask. Since she didn't say anything, he couldn't ask. He didn't dare to ask. They ate dinner in silence. Yo-Yo was always able to liven up the atmosphere at the table. "Daddy, Mommy." These few simple words from her mouth were enough to make the adults happy. They returned to the villa in the suburbs. Xiaoyu didn't like living in the big city. She used to live in Qing County. However, after they got married, Su Jian asked her to move to the suburbs outside the city. It was not in the city, and it was quiet. Moreover, if she didn't move out after getting married, the Su family would have something to say. There were some bugs outside the villa. It seemed that they hadn't used up all their energy and wanted a vent. Late at night, on the bed in the bedroom on the second floor, Su Jian turned to his side and stroked Xiaoyu's hair. "I'm going to sleep in the guest room." "Jian, have you forgotten? We're husband and wife." Xiaoyu pulled him and hugged his chest. "Yes, I haven't forgotten." "Xiaoyu, how could I forget?" He hugged her and hugged her tightly. How could he forget that they were husband and wife? She was the wife that he loved dearly and he was the husband that she relied on. I want to move. He didn't ask for the reason. Instead, he answered eagerly. Okay, what do you like? We'll move immediately. Outside the villa, there was a black car parked outside. The man sitting in the car seemed to be extremely cold because his fists were clenched tightly and he was trembling from the cold. Uncle Lee, hurry up again. Why haven't you found anything yet? Young master, please wait for a while. The information should be sent over soon. Zhuang Yichen closed his eyes. He couldn't look at the villa outside the car window. There were lights and people. Someone shouted, Sir, Madam, Mrs. back. Indeed, she had found her way out. Indeed, she had found her way out. However, she had left him in a dead end. How could she do that? She was trying to drive him crazy. When the information was sent over, Li Yong read it out loud. Su Jian, the young master of Su's jewelry. Currently, all the high-end shopping malls in the country have Su's jewelry counters. He has his own jade processing base in Yunnan and a diamond factory in South Africa. He's on the wealthiest list. Before he could finish, Zhuang Yichen interrupted him. He rarely showed his temper in front of Li Yong. Don't read me these useless things. I want to know when he got together with Qiu Xiaoyao. And in that child, Zhuang Yichen had a glimmer of hope. That child might be his. He couldn't tell the age of the child, but he stubbornly thought that the child was his. No matter how she found the exit, the child was his. Jiang Xiaoyu married Su Jian in April 2010. Daughter Wu Yu, born in March 2011. Blood type, type 0. Jiang Xiaoyu? She had actually changed her identity to avoid him. Zhuang Yichen counted silently in his heart. He counted the days. She left in March and gave birth to the child in March of the following year. It had been a whole year. She had only been pregnant for 10 months. It had been a year. How could it be his child? He was naive enough to want to lie to himself. She loved him to such an extent. Perhaps she had given birth to a child for him, but his heart began to feel like it was being sliced apart. He punched the back of the front passenger seat. When he punched again, he shouted, Little demon Qiu, how dare you give birth to a little bastard outside? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. He screamed again, his whole body convulsing. He fell down along the back of the chair and onto the seat cushion. After a while, he finally couldn't scream anymore. He covered his face and muttered in a trembling voice, Little demon, attention, Xinwu 799. Chapter 783. Although Zhuang Yichen's heart was filled with grief, after experiencing countless disappointment and despair over the past few years, he was able to keep his cool. In the past, when he couldn't find her, he could always comfort himself by telling him to wait and see. Now that he had found her, he couldn't act on impulse and do something that he would regret. That night, Zhuang Yichen arranged for people to guard the Su family's villa in the suburbs. He left for Haiqing himself. He told Jiang Zhao over the phone that he would meet him face to face. Those two short words already concealed the turmoil in his heart. When he arrived at Jiang Zhao's house, Jiang Zhao led him upstairs. He thought of Jiang Zhao's twin sons, and his heart swayed. If Xiaoya hadn't left with such hatred, his children would be about the same age as these two. Therefore, even though Zhuang Yichen was usually indifferent to everyone, he liked Jiang Zhao's twin sons very much. Every time he hugged them, he always felt very sad when the children kissed his face. At this time, the two little guys were also asleep. When he followed Jiang Zhao into the study, he couldn't help but glance at the nursery. Jiang Zhao patted him on the shoulder. The two little guys are too tired from playing. They fell asleep long ago. Children sleep early and grow taller. With the heirs of my height, they can't sleep well and won't be short. Zhuang Yichen gave a rare smile. I hate it when you're showing off. It feels like you're asking for a beating. The two of them leaned against the chair. Tell me. Jiang Zhao went straight to the point. I found Xiaoya. When Zhuang Yichen said that, he realized that his voice was trembling. He tried his best to hide it and use other actions to distract the other party so that others wouldn't notice his abnormality. But even when he reached for the cup, his hand was still trembling. In an instant, his eyes reddened, and he excitedly repeated, "I found Xiao Ya. Brother Zhao, you have to help me this time." How could Jiang Zhao not understand Zhuang Yichen's current feelings? He had been looking for her for more than 2 years, and he had finally found her. He wasn't surprised by Zhuang Yichen's reaction. "As long as it's within my ability, I won't shirk my responsibility." After knowing Jiang Zhao for so many years, Zhuang Yichen knew that Jiang Zhao was already very close to him to say such words. But what he wanted was far from enough. "No, I need you to help me now." After Zhuang Yu's eyes with Zhuang Yu with Zhuang Yichen, with Zhuang to Zhuang's to him, Yichen to with Zhuang Yichen. "I can't promise you that. Brother Zhao, if you help me this time, I promise that as long as you help me get Xiaoya back, I'll do anything for you in the future, and I won't ask for anything in return. Never. I, Zhuang Yichen, will never complain about what you want me to do, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a pot of boiling oil." Jiang Zhao pressed his forehead. This time, he used so much force that his forehead hurt. He seemed to have heard these words before. Oh right, Shun Kai. Back then, because of Shun Xian's matter, Shun Kai had also looked for him and said the same thing. He knew that some men were like this. They would never make promises lightly. Once they made a promise, it would be worth 1,000 gold. Yichen, I'm not trying to shirk my responsibility. I know that for you to make such a request of me, it's obviously difficult. But you know my family background. There are some things that you can't afford to get involved with. How could Zhuang Yichen not understand? When they were together, gains and losses were the most important consideration. Brother Zhao, you've been with me all these years, and we've gotten into a lot of trouble. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility. I won't drag you down with me. Don't tell me that you don't trust me with this little bit of character." Jiang Zhao sighed and said, "Tell me, how do you want to do this? Xiaoya is married. I want her to get a divorce." "Married?" "Yes. The other party is the young master of Su's jewelry. You know that Su's jewelry stores are all over the big shopping malls. When Xiaoya and I got married, we picked out the diamonds there. His power is not to be underestimated. I can't act rashly, but you have the ability to help me create a disturbance in the Su family. Yichen, have you considered the possibility that Xiaoya and the young master of the Su family have feelings for each other?" Zhuang Yichen shook his head coldly and said, "I don't care. Even if there are feelings, they have to be broken." Jiang Zhao sighed and said, "That's too much." He knew that Zhuang Yichen was anxious, but he wasn't that impulsive. "No, the Su family has roots in the south. The Peis and the Qins have a marriage agreement. You have a good relationship with Shun Kai. Shun Xian is also the daughter-in-law of the Pei family. If you're willing to use the Pei family's connections, it won't be difficult to suppress the Su family." Jiang Zhao clenched his fist and wanted to smash it on his forehead. Wasn't he vexed that he couldn't use the Pei family's connections? Fei Yu wasn't willing to marry over it all. The Qin family hadn't communicated with the Pei family and thought that time would pass. It was true that he had a good relationship with Shun Xian, but why had Shun Xian married into the Pei family? What was going on? He couldn't possibly use his sister's happiness to exchange for Zhuang Yichen's happiness. This was a problem that couldn't be compared. "I don't want to use the Pei family's connections for the time being. I'll think of another way. Can you hurry up? It won't be soon. Brother Zhao, I can't wait too long." What do you want the Su family to do? The possibility of bankruptcy? That's impossible. After all, they're very powerful. However, the huge turmoil has caused the family to pressure them to get a divorce. This must be done quickly. It can't be delayed. Zhuang Yichen knew that a long delay meant trouble. The longer they delayed, the more prepared they would be. If Xiaoya didn't want to return to his side now, she would definitely find a way to deal with it. He couldn't give her this time 10 days later. All of the Su jewelry in Haicheng had quality problems. Fake jade was mixed in and sold at high prices. There wasn't enough gold, and the diamond grade certificate was fake. Shoddy goods. The Supreme Court of Haicheng handled customer complaints and broadcasted the news on the provincial TV channel. This news quickly became the first news on the provincial TV channel. The newspapers and periodicals occupied the main page. For a time, the Su family was in danger. They also regretted it. The chairman of the Su family was listening to the phone with his eyes closed. The man on the other end said lazily and confidently, "I just want your son to divorce Jiang Xiaoyu, and this matter will settle down." Zhuang Yiqin knew that he couldn't go out and force Xiaoya. He had to wait for her to appear. However, 5 days later, he still hadn't received any news about the divorce of the young master of the Su family. He couldn't sit still anymore. He knew that she was so heartless. She was going to treat him like how she treated Kang Yiyun, but he wasn't Kang Yiyun. Kang Yiyun was already married, but he wasn't. He didn't believe that he couldn't find her in this lifetime. If he couldn't find her in this lifetime, he would be single. Since he had found her, he wouldn't let her abandon him. He wasn't Kang Yiyun. He couldn't do it. Xiao Xiaoyao was his, and she could only be his. Xiaoyu was playing with Yo-Yo in the garden. When her phone rang, she thought it was Su Jian. While paying attention to Yo-Yo, she swiped the phone without looking at the screen. "Jian, what's wrong?" "Jian." Zhuang Yiqin smiled coldly. Xiaoyu was shocked for a moment. Zhuang Yiqin said, "Hang up. The Su family is in trouble again." "What trouble?" Xiaoyu didn't understand. "It seems like you don't know. The Su family is about to collapse, and it's all because of you." Xiaoyu rarely watched television, especially the news. She wouldn't even touch the internet. She didn't want to contact the outside world. So how could she know about the Su family situation? "What has it got to do with me?" "Because I've said it before. If you don't divorce Su Jian, I'll bring down this Ace family. Do you believe me?" Xiaoyu hung up the phone, and it fell to the ground because she couldn't hold it properly. Su Jian was still the same as usual when he returned home. He still had a warm smile on his face, and he took care of his daughter and her carefully. He told his daughter bedtime stories, kissed her, hugged her to sleep, and kissed her passionately. She turned on the computer at home and began to search. When she saw the full page of news, she began to cry. The location of the incident was Haicheng. She knew that Zhuang Yiqin had the ability to do so. How could a family with a diamond family's reputation be tarnished? However, her husband, who had helped her through thick and thin, was smiling gently in front of her. He was gentle and meticulous. How could he do this when such a big thing had happened to his family? He could do this. Su Jian. Xiaoyu lay on the computer table, sobbing uncontrollably. All these years, she had never cried for another man. Su Jian said, "Xiaoyu, I can't say that I can walk into your heart and make you feel happy, but I won't make you cry. I'll do my best to make you smile." When she was with him, she really didn't cry. He was always thinking of her. He let her sleep in peace and let their daughter woo you. In order to make her stop crying, he endured the pressure and smiled at her. How did he manage to smile? Xiaoyu cried until she had no energy left. She knew that Zhuang Yiqin was the kind of person who would do things to the end. She couldn't find her phone, so she ran back to the garden. Yo-Yo was still catching butterflies outside. Xiaoyu picked up the phone on the ground and dialed the number that she had just received. The person on the other end picked up quickly and shouted anxiously, "Xiaoyao, Zhuang Yiqin, you're so ruthless. Do you still want me to come back to your side?" "Xiaoyao, I want you to come back to my side every day." "Every day?" Xiaoyu laughed sarcastically. "Ha, that's funny. Aren't you a clean freak? I've already remarried. I have my own husband. I have the most intimate relationship with him. You actually want someone else to sleep with you?" There was silence on the other end of the phone. Just as Xiaoyu was about to hang up, Zhuang Yiqin let out a long sigh. "Xiaoyao, you dare to climb into my bed to forget Kang Yiyun. Do you think I don't know that you'll use the same method to forget me? For the past 800 days, I've already known that you have another man. There's no doubt about it. It's just that I haven't been able to find you. Are you a clean freak? The tie on my neck and the handkerchief on my chest have only been washed twice in the past 2 years. Do you think I'll find them dirty?" Xiaoyu listened to the man's voice on the other end of the phone. A man who refuses to let go of the past is the most. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhuang Yiqin continued, "The most useless? Come and see." Hongcha 866. Chapter 784. He mocked himself coldly. Why do I need to be successful? Who do I need to prove it to? Is there anyone around me who can see my potential? Uncle Lee? He doesn't need me. He has seen every side of me. What does it matter if I'm successful or not? She was stunned. Don't you read the news? Don't you go online? Don't you read the newspapers? He questioned angrily. Little demon Xiao, do you have a conscience? I've been looking for you for so many years. I've explained to you. I've stood in front of so many people to explain to you, but you didn't respond to me at all. You hid so far away to give birth to another man's child. How can you be so cruel? Xiaoyu gripped the phone so tightly that her hands turned white. You've always known that I'm the most heartless. Otherwise, I would have turned back when Kang Yun came back to find me. Yes, I know. You're the most heartless and loyal. Have you fallen in love with Su Jian now? Yes, I love him. Huh, you love me back then too. When the time comes, you'll forget about him just like how you forgot about me. I won't, because he loves me. I love you too. Xiaoyu closed her eyes forcefully. Zhuang Yichen, let's stop. This storm will pass. We have a child. We can never be separated. All right then. I'll let you see the Su family suffer a crushing defeat. I, Zhuang Yichen, am all alone now. What do I have to be afraid of? Other people's families are ruined. What about me? I'm all alone. I'm all alone. What do I have to be afraid of? Zhuang Yichen almost lost control of himself as he roared into the phone. Don't you love him? If you love him, then sacrifice for him and come back to me. I love him, so I'll face his difficulties together with him. What a joke. Zhuang Yichen held the phone in one hand. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the phone tightly. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. It was so painful that he tasted blood. A sweet smell rushed out, and he coughed softly. When Li Yong saw this, he was shocked, but he didn't dare to say anything. He quickly pulled out a tissue and helped Zhuang Yichen wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Zhuang Yichen didn't care about that. He gripped the armrest of the chair tightly, as if he was going to break it. Face it together? Were they going to watch the Su family collapse together? Watching the sunset? Even if you don't care, don't the Su family care? For the sake of your selfish desires, do you want to cause so many members of the Su family to suffer with you? Xiaoyu was shocked. She felt that she had fallen into the abyss again. She just wanted to live a peaceful life, a life that a normal woman should live. She was content to have a man like Su Jian. What else was there to be dissatisfied with in this life? Zhuang Yichen, you can't do whatever you want in this world. I can't cover the sky with one hand. I'm not covering the sky. I'm going to overturn the earth and perish together with him. Anyway, I'm going all out. If you want to see him fall with me, then continue to persevere. But little demon Xiao, you'll suffer more if you stay by his side for the rest of your life than if you stay by my side. Zhuang Yichen, it's been so many years. Can't you just let it go? If you really love me, then let me go and let me live a peaceful life. Can't you? Little demon. He held his forehead and closed his eyes. That kind of painful frown was just like his voice. I can't do anything. How can I let go? Come back and take a look. Everything in the house is still the same as before you left. I didn't dare to touch any of the furnishings in the house. I've had people repair all the things that were cut. Little demon, even in Qing Phone Garden, your password box is still in its original position. There's not a speck of dust on it. How can I let it go? People who let it go have no obsession. I have an obsession in my heart. So how can I let it go? Little demon, you're my obsession. I can't let it go for the rest of my life. When Xiaoyu lowered her head, her tears were already falling. Why bother? He treated her like that back then and only said that he couldn't let it go after she left. He was silent for a while. His voice was sad and gentle. Little demon, you hate me for what happened back then. But do you know how difficult it was for me? There were more than 30 bugs in the house. Among the dozens of servants, there were 5 spies. If you were the one who got hurt on that rainy night, Xian Man wouldn't have been the one who got hurt. I took care of Xian Man. The spies all reported to Zhuang Yifeng that Zhuang Yifeng killed Xian Man on the day you left. Little demon, if I didn't do that, the person who died would have been you. I usually communicate with Uncle Li through tacit understanding. On the night you were kidnapped, I sent an email to Jiang Zhao to tell him not to interfere in my affairs. I was afraid that I would implicate him. Little demon, do you know how difficult it was for me? You didn't even wait for me for a few more days. That day, as soon as Zhuang Yifeng died, I immediately went to look for you. I even bought you your favorite high heels, little demon." She heard the man on the other end of the phone. He was sobbing uncontrollably, but he was holding in and did not wail out loud. There must be thunder in the sky for her ears and brain to explode with a rumbling sound. It must have been raining. That was why her face was so wet. It was raining heavily. Her entire face and the front of her shirt were wet. She steadied her breathing and asked in a trembling voice, "Zhuang Yiqin, you said that if you didn't save Exine Man, I would have been the one who got hurt. But what if it was really like what Zhuang Yiqin said, and he would kill whoever he didn't save? She was just lucky. If that's the case, I'll kill him and then accompany you. I won't let you be alone." She heard the man say it so firmly. The phone in her hand hung up and fell onto the lawn. There was no sound at all. She hugged Yo-Yo. "Yo-Yo, Yo-Yo," she cried in a low voice. "Mommy, don't cry. Mommy, don't cry. You won't be pretty if you cry. Mommy, Mommy." Sob, sob. Seeing that she could not calm Xiaoyu down, Yo-Yo began to cry as well. Her cries became louder and louder. Usually, Xiaoyu would not have been able to take it if Yo-Yo were to cry like this. However, this time, Xiaoyu just let her be. She wanted to hear her cry. Xiaoyu recalled the time when she had just given birth to her child. The child's loud cries had shaken her eardrums. Xiaoyu hugged her daughter and thought about her life. She had been through 3 men. The first one was that she was young and brave. She loved without any care and then got hurt. The second one was that she had been hurt before. She was careful to only give her body and not her feelings. She wanted to use this man to make herself stand at the peak. She wanted her ex to see how amazing she was. However, in the process, she fell in love with her sugar daddy. Even before she died, she wanted to tell him, "I think I've fallen in love with you." The third one was that she finally saw through everything. What love? What body? She just needed a companion. When one was old, one needed a companion. Normal people would not spend the rest of their lives alone. That was a plot in novels. She wanted to find an ordinary person, like her father, to live the most ordinary life. There would be love, even if they helped each other in difficult times. Who could resist a man like Su Jian and not be touched? However, everything was about to come to an end. How much did she know about Zhuang Yiqin's ruthlessness? Was Exine Man dead? Was Zhuang Yifeng dead? What would he do to the Su Corporation? At night, the man and woman kissed passionately on the bed. Their sweat soaked the blanket until their passion finally faded. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Xiaoyu was still naked. She hugged Su Jian's neck and said softly, "Jian, let's get a divorce." The man was obviously not asleep either. His body stiffened. Even his voice was stiff. "What if I say that I don't agree?" Xiaoyu raised her head, but she could not see his face clearly in the dark. "Jian, this family can't be destroyed because of me." He said confidently, "This family won't be destroyed. It just needs some time. After a while, everything will be fine. You have to believe me." "But how can the old people in this family take it?" "Jian, they will be tortured to the point of collapse at any time." He shook his head. Without hesitation, he said, "Xiaoyu, I won't agree to a divorce. Do you think that I, Su Jian, am marrying a wife as child's play? Do you think that I was playing around when I got married in a flash? I won't get a divorce. Even if I go bankrupt, I won't get a divorce." "Xiaoyu, what did you say? We are husband and wife. You hugged Yo-Yo and told me that we are a family and will never be separated." "Xiaoyu, you can't lie to me." "Jian," Xiaoyu sobbed softly. Why did she hate herself so much? Why didn't she just die like how she left Kangyan? Why did she have to meet Zhuang Yiqin? Why did she have to come to the south? Why did she have to marry Su Jian? A woman like her should just jump into the river and drown. "My name is not Xiaoyu. My name is..." Su Jian suddenly hugged her and pressed her head tightly against his chest. She could hear his heartbeat in his chest. It was extremely frantic. She heard his voice, which was filled with panic and excitement. "No, your name is Xiaoyu. Your name is Jiang Xiaoyu. Su Jian's wife is Jiang Xiaoyu. When she first came to Qing County, she was just a young girl who made curtains. Later on, she married Su Jian and is now Su Jian's wife. She is Yu's mother. More and more water started to drip from the top of her head. She knew that the man who was hugging her was crying. Her heart ached. She had been so solitary that she had not even told him her real name. Jian. She did not know what to do. She thought that perhaps she was really a hindrance in this world. In the past, she had committed suicide for Kang Yun because she was impulsive and possessed. She was already past that age. Now, she felt that she should not exist. If Zhuang Yiqin had not found her, everything would still be peaceful. Yo-Yo would hug Su Jian's neck every day and act coquettishly. Daddy, Yo-Yo misses Daddy. Yo-Yo wants Daddy to tell her stories. Yo-Yo wants to ride a horse. Yo-Yo wants butterflies. Yo-Yo wants to sit on Daddy's neck. Jian, if I'm not here anymore, please take good care of Yo-Yo. She hugged him and sobbed. Xiaoyu. Su Jian was stunned. You don't want Yo-Yo anymore? Xiaoyu, you don't want Yo-Yo anymore? She's your daughter. He was so shocked that his heartstrings were about to snap. Come and see. Xinwu 799. Chapter 785. Xiaoyu sat up and asked, What's wrong? You don't want to? Because Yo-Yo isn't your biological daughter. You don't want to raise her on your own, right? She knew how hurtful her words were, how hurtful they were. But what could she do? She could only hurt him. If she did not hurt him, how could he let her go? She was a femme fatale. Su Jian immediately sat up and hugged Xiaoyu. What are you talking about? When have I ever thought of you like that? Xiaoyu, ever since I found out that you were pregnant, I have been taking care of you like a father. How can you think of me like that? The matter with the company will pass. It won't cause much of a stir. I will handle it well. Zhuang Yiqin was speechless. How could he let the matter rest? He said that he had no choice but to hurt me in the past. So you want to turn back? Jian. Xiaoyu's eyes had been closed the entire time. She relied on her breathing and hearing to discern the man's feelings. You know that I am someone who no longer has the ability to love. Yes, I know. You said that we are family. You promised me that we will be a married couple for the rest of our lives. What's the point of love if not love? A life of mutual help is the longest, isn't it? He did not care whether she had love or not. All he knew was that he loved her. People like me. Xiaoyu had not felt heartache for a long time. But now, her heart began to ache again. People like me who had been in a mental hospital. You're the only one who did not despise me. You even helped me to keep the child. Jian, I'm actually a scourge, am I not? Su Jian caressed the tears on her face carefully and gently. He coaxed her, just like how he used to do in the past. Xiaoyu, it's not your fault. You were mentally ill at that time, but it was only temporary. You recovered after a while. You have a strong will. Everything is normal now, isn't it? He had never thought that a woman who looked so normal on the surface could be so friendly and polite to everyone. She was smart, and the curtains were beautiful and exquisite. Everyone spoke highly of her. There was nothing strange about her actions, not even the look in her eyes. But such a woman had a very serious psychological problem. She had hit the wall several times, and her head was bleeding. He could not describe how he saw her the next day after washing her face like a normal person. Compared to her actions the night before, he was incomparably shocked. He saw her curled up in the corner, grabbing her hair and slapping herself. She slapped herself until the corners of her mouth bled. She clenched her teeth and cried. At that time, he felt that if he stood by her side, he could protect her from the storm. When she was not sick, she called him Jian. When she was sick, she hugged him and begged, Yiqin, I want to get married. Marry me. Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo was an angel. He was simply an angel. This angel cured her schizophrenia. Day by day, she slowly got better. This year, she finally stopped calling him Yiqin. She would snuggle in his arms and call him Jian. Even if she had a dream at night and he walked into her room, thinking that she was sick, she would sit up and see him. She would clearly know that the person standing in front of her was Su Jian. This year, his life was finally on the right track. She began to accept him. She said that although she no longer had the strength to love, she would be a good wife and grow old with her husband, as long as he didn't despise her. You do as she said. How could he mind? He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. But it had only been a few months, and she said that she wanted to leave. He wanted to run his business for the rest of his life, but she would only stay for a while. Jian, a man should focus on his career. Family business, family business. A man can only have a career if he has a family. Xiao Yu patted him on the shoulder. Go to sleep. Don't force me. I don't want to go crazy for a man again. She had really had enough of this life. She had died once for a man and gone crazy once for a man. It was not easy to meet a man who treated her so well. He did not care about whether she loved him or not. She thought that she was fulfilled, but she was destined not to be fulfilled. She closed her eyes and thought about it. Perhaps she was a demon in her previous life. She had violated the laws of heaven and was struck down by the gods. She had to suffer the pain of reincarnation. It was more unforgettable than being tempered by volcanoes. Now, she felt that she was better off dead. The next day, Su Jian went to work very early. He asked Xiao Yu to stay at home with Gi Gai. He would come back early and settle the company matters. Xiao Yu only smiled and let him go to work. She hugged Yo-Yo and played in the garden. Then, she handed Yo-Yo to the servant and went upstairs. She sat in front of her desk and began to write a letter. I don't want any of you to find me. I'm very tired. I just want to find a quiet place with Yo-Yo to live. The past is the past. I don't have the strength to take it anymore. I don't have the strength to take it anymore. Please forgive me for being weak. I'm so afraid of that feeling. I'm so selfish, right? I don't want to, but I don't have the strength. I'm afraid that if I continue like this, I won't even have the strength to live. Don't look for me. Don't be like Zhuang Yichen. I beg you. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu packed a few clothes and carried them to the basement. She knew that there was a way to the underground garage. There was a branch that led to the other end of the neighborhood. She knew that Zhuang Yichen had spies outside the villa. She knew that her existence was a disaster. But she still had Yo-Yo. She could give up on anyone but Yo-Yo. She did not want to touch any man in this lifetime. She had nowhere else to hurt him. Xiao Yu got out of the taxi and carried Yo-Yo. There was milk powder and some clothes in her suitcase. She carried Yo-Yo with one hand and pulled her suitcase with the other. She anxiously walked towards the airport entrance. Please give me a ticket to Beijing and a ticket for the baby. She thought that if she wanted to find someone in Beijing, Guangzhou, and Shanghai, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. She would find a job and hire a nanny to take care of Yo-Yo. Then, she would live a good life. Please wait a moment. The airline ticket agent behind the glass answered politely. What time do you want? The nearest one. There's still time to change your boarding pass. 3 in the afternoon. Is that okay? 3 in the afternoon? Is this the nearest one? Yes. All the other first-class cabins are full. How about Shanghai? The ticket agent was puzzled. There were people who changed their flight times. She had never seen people who changed their flight times. 10 in the morning. Xiao Yu was anxious. Then I want the one in Shanghai, she said. Yo-Yo hugged Xiao Yu's neck. Mommy, where are we going? Shanghai, baby. Yo-Yo's eyes lit up. Mommy, where's Daddy? Aren't we going to wait for him? Xiao Yu bit her lip. Baby, Daddy is busy. Let's go first. Mommy, I want to call Daddy. Xiao Yu's eyes were red, and she was about to cry. She held it in. Baby, Mommy's phone is out of battery. Call him when we arrive, okay? Okay. Xiao Yu had just taken her ticket. Before she walked to the boarding pass counter, she heard a familiar middle-aged man's voice. Young mistress, young master asked me to come and pick you up. Xiao Yu turned around and saw Li Yong bowing to her. Behind him were 6 strong men. Just as she was about to call for security, Li Yong said calmly and respectfully, Young mistress, I believe that if there's a conflict, although you can escape, it will be difficult for Xiao Yu to escape unscathed. Bullets have no eyes. She might lose her life. Xiao Yu's body trembled. She suddenly let go of her luggage and hugged Yo-Yo tightly. Her body trembled nervously. Xiao Yu's departure almost caused Su Jian to break down. He fell to the ground, and the letter was spread across his face. In the past, when he saw her bleeding from her head again and again, his heart ached. When he heard her call him Yichen, his heart ached too. But now, pain could no longer be used to describe what he was feeling. His heart was suddenly frozen and then suddenly shattered by a heavy object. When it shattered, The sound of it falling to the ground was very clear. He clearly heard the sound of his heart shattering, but he could not feel the pain now. Was it because of the quick freeze that caused him to feel numb? But the temperature was rising, and the ice and snow were melting. He could feel it. His heart was empty, and all the blood in his veins could not find a place to exchange. The broken pieces of his heart on the ground began to hurt. There were pieces of his heart everywhere, and it hurt everywhere. He had never wanted her to love him. He had never wanted her body and heart to belong to him. He had thought for a long time that it would be enough for him to love her as a married couple. When he loved her, when she accepted his love, he was happy. He thought about the first time he saw her. She stood there smiling at him, but the melancholy in her eyes was so shocking. He thought about the end of spring this year. When he kissed her, she did not avoid him anymore. She began to respond to him. When he took off her clothes, she smiled gently at him. But he cried. She left and begged him not to look for her. She begged him to let her have a peaceful life. He knew that she had always been begging for a peaceful life. She wanted a peaceful life. What about him? Where could he go to find peace? She begged him to give her a peaceful life. Who could he ask for a peaceful life? Xiaoyu, you're just Xiaoyu. Didn't they say that a fish's memory only lasted 7 seconds? Why are you doing this? There was a knock on the door. A servant said softly outside the door, "Sir, there's a Mr. Zhuang looking for you." Su Jian suddenly shuddered. He sat up. When he heard the word Zhuang, it was as if he could see Xiaoyu. Bring him to the study. Asterisk in the study. Compared to Su Jian, Zhuang Yichen did not look much better. However, one person seemed to have been defeated and was in a terrible state. The other person seemed to be full of injuries and was fighting with all his might. It was tragic and resolute. The two of them sat in the same position, as if they were having a fair negotiation. There was a coffee table between them. Zhuang Yichen did not drink tea. "I'm taking Xiaoyu away with me." He said this calmly, but his gaze was like a poisonous sword. He looked at the man opposite him and had the urge to cut him into pieces. Su Jian stood up. "Where is she? You don't have the right to do that." "Why? I'm talking about Xiaoyu. Do you know who she is?" Zhuang Yichen crossed his legs. His tone was calm, and his gaze was fierce. "Do you know someone called Xiaoyu?" Su Jian's eyes flashed with panic. "I don't know her." Beauty novel Xinwu 799. Chapter 786. Zhuang Yichen snorted coldly. "Su Jian, you may not know who Qiu Xiaoyu is, but in the past 2 years, I've made a name for myself in the business world, haven't I? I've made a name for myself in order to find a wife. How could you not know that the woman Zhuang Yichen is looking for is Qiu Xiaoyu? Do you dare say that you haven't seen photos of me, Mrs. Zhuang Yichen, in the major magazines and media? If she had seen my explanation in front of the audience earlier, do you think she would have stayed? So, you've blocked my information and didn't reveal my explanation to her at all. I just found out that Xiaoyu hasn't read newspapers, magazines, or television for the past few years. She's practically cut off from the outside world. You're a good husband, and you fulfilled her request. So, all the channels in your house are children's channels, and only the children's channel is available on demand, right?" Su Jian was shocked. "Mr. Zhuang, I don't know what you're talking about. Actually, you recognized me when you saw me outside the amusement park, didn't you?" Zhuang Yichen sneered. "I didn't come here to fight with you. She's my wife. Jiang Xiaoyu is just a fake identity. Her real identity is Qiu Xiaoyu. It doesn't matter whether you're divorced or not, because Jiang Xiaoyu no longer exists." Su Jian's eyes were bloodshot. As he ran over, he grabbed Zhuang Yichen's shirt. "Give Xiaoyu back to me." "Xiaoyu? Who's Xiaoyu?" "I don't know." Zhuang Yichen did not fight back. "I just want to tell you that you should live a good life. I'll keep this secret for you. I believe that Xiaoyu will hate you when she finds out that you've been hiding information about me for the past 2 years. However, you know very well that her mental state has always been unstable. I don't want to agitate her or make her hate you. You can live forever in her heart. I don't care." Su Jian could not come back to his senses. He frowned and suddenly smiled. He let go of Zhuang Yichen and said sarcastically, You're so generous. If I had a choice, I wouldn't choose to be generous. Zhuang Yiqin turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly added, I think she'll want to see you live a good life. As for the child, if you love her. Su Jian was surprised. Zhuang Yiqin didn't know about this. Xiaoyu didn't tell him. I'll take back my child and my wife. You and me. I'm ants. But you and me and I are. If I don't have him, I'm is to be to is. Yes. I have no parents, no elders, no relatives. The only thing I can lose is everything I have. Everything I have inside and outside is just me and all of my assets. I don't know if you can afford to lose. If you can afford to lose your entire Su family, you can fight against them and force them to marry you. But if you want to see them destroyed along with you and me, I don't mind. Su Jian could see the ruthlessness in Zhuang Yiqin's eyes. It was as if he was going to kill him. Crazy. Zhuang Yiqin had always known that if he wanted to be with Xiaoyu again, she would have to accept him again. In the past 2 years, he hadn't changed, but she had. She had a family and a child. But he was still in the same place. He knew that it wasn't fair. He thought that perhaps he had always been such a one-track-minded man. Back then, for the sake of revenge, he had single-mindedly thought that he had to get rid of all his enemies. That kind of belief had always been rooted in his heart. When she left, he had also single-mindedly thought that he had to find her and be together with her. That was how it had taken root. Whatever he did, it was the same. It was the same for his career. Perhaps he was a little stubborn. He knew that, but he couldn't change it. He pulled her into the villa. She kept asking, Where's Yo-Yo? I've asked Uncle Lee to take care of Yo-Yo. He'll take good care of her. Don't worry. He comforted her softly. He thought that he was the one who had hurt her back then. Everything that had happened was because of him. He was worried that she would be afraid and didn't tell her. That was why it had happened. He couldn't blame her. Yo-Yo will cry if she doesn't see me. Let me see Yo-Yo. Xiaoya's eyes reddened. She followed him into the villa. Her heart wasn't here. Her heart was with Yo-Yo. That was her life. Her life. No one could replace her. He was a little angry, but he held it in. He held her hand with one hand and opened the shoe cabinet with the other. The helpers stood far away. They couldn't bear to disturb them because they had never seen Sir bring anyone home. Sir had never opened the shoe cabinet for anyone before. There was a pair of beige cotton slippers. There was a pair of cute little bears on the shoes. He bent down and placed the slippers in front of her. Little demon, these are your shoes. Xiaoyu didn't look at the shoes. She was very anxious. Where's Yo-Yo? His face turned cold. Change your shoes. I'll tell you. Xiaoyu quickly changed her shoes. Her heart was beating very fast. She was very afraid. Her mind was in a mess. She was uneasy and terrified. He pulled her up the stairs and into the bedroom. He pulled her to the bed and pressed her hand against the bed. The blanket on the bed was bright red. It was a European-style palace. It was thick with lace and lotus leaves. It was very luxurious. Little demon, you made this in the past. It's still so beautiful, isn't it? He pulled her to the wardrobe and opened the door. The clothes hanging inside were arranged according to color. He pulled her hands over and slid them over. Little demon, look. These clothes are all made by you in the past. They haven't changed at all, right? Also, look at our wedding photos. Little demon, I even bought you a pair of shoes that day. After that, I bought them for every festival and your birthday. Let me take you to try them out. Xiaoya's nerves started to ache. When she saw this room, she saw a woman from back then. She sat on the floor and cut the fabric in the wind. Then she dragged her suitcase and left. After she left, she returned to the house in Qingfeng Garden. She cleaned the room to pass the time. She was so lonely. She waited every day. She waited for a man named Zhuang Yiqin to regret. She waited for him to come and find her after he regretted. But she didn't wait. She couldn't wait. She couldn't wait anymore. She left. She was like a normal person during the day. But after a period of time, when night fell, she couldn't help but hurt herself. She didn't want to. She wanted to control herself, but she couldn't. She hit the wall. The wall creaked, and the wall was stained with blood. She bit her lip until it bled. She hated herself for falling in love so easily. She hated herself for not learning her lesson. She hit herself and scolded herself for not living up to expectations. Then she cried and cried. Zhuang Yichen. She watched the woman's pass just like that. Tears streamed down her face. She was hugged by a man named Zhuang Yichen. She heard him say, "I'm sorry, little demon. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Yichen, it's been so long." "It's not that long. It's only been 2 years. I'm not who I was back then. Do you understand?" She had remarried, but that wasn't the point. The point was that starting from this spring, she had decided to let go of her obsession and live a normal life. "Yes, because I'm not who I was back then either. Let me take Yo-Yo away. Even if there was a misunderstanding back then, it's been so long. Things are the same, but people are different. We've all changed. I haven't changed. I won't go back to Jiyan. I just want to live with Yo-Yo. Let Jiyan go. Let me go. Let me go." His chest started to rise and fall. His anger was rising and falling. He couldn't lose his temper. He thought she would be touched. Once, in order to find her, she even agreed to let the reporters into this room to film. He told her in front of the camera that he had mended these things, but it was very delicate and wouldn't be too tight. Hence, he didn't dare to wash them. When she came back, he hoped she could do more. So many people were so touched that they cried. Even Jiang Zhao and Jiang Zhao didn't dare to mention these touching things in front of him. But she didn't. She only thought about her and Su Jian's daughter. A child would always be the biggest burden. He held her shoulders and pushed her a little further away. "Little devil, give birth to a child for me." She was shocked. "What did you say?" He was a little anxious. "Give me a child. You said that you would give birth to my child." She pushed him away and said agitatedly, "I will only have Yo-Yo for the rest of my life. I won't have another child." She wouldn't have another child. She couldn't go through the emotions of having a child. She had one, and one was enough. His rationality began to crumble uncontrollably. The things that he wanted to tolerate in his heart began to explode. She could have children outside because of him. He couldn't blame her, but she couldn't refuse to have his children. Only when she had children would she think of him with all her heart. "I don't care. You have to give birth to my child." He hugged her and kissed her. "Little demon, give birth to my child. I only want Yo-Yo. I only want Yo-Yo." She struggled to escape. She knew that she and Zhuang Yichen were divorced. She was Zhuang Yichen's wife now. Zhuang Yichen couldn't touch her. Definitely not. Zhuang Yichen, "My husband is Su Jian. Su Jian's wife is Jiang Xiaoyu. Your marriage certificate is just a piece of scrap paper." He pressed her down on the bed and shouted at her. He forgot that he shouldn't be shouting at her. He should be coaxing her. But his jealousy was uncontrollable. He hated it when she mentioned that man. "Zhuang Yichen, that's impossible. Why? Little demon, how can you be so vicious to me? You're practically immune to poison now. What do you want me to do?" She smiled. She smiled until tears welled up in her eyes. "Was it vicious? Zhuang Yichen, do you know that I was once deeply poisoned by you? There was no cure. For those days and nights, I almost died from the poison. I'm not born immune to poison. I'm afraid of being poisoned again. I don't want to live like that again." He pressed her down. Seeing the rejection in her eyes, his eyes were burning. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Little demon Xiao, if you want that little B asterisk star to live, give me a child. Give me a child too." He smiled cruelly. "You know, I can even kill my own brother." Her heart trembled. He actually called Yo-Yo a little B asterisk starred. How could he? Live? That's right. He was surrounded by enemies. She couldn't let Yo-Yo stay by his side. She wanted to live a peaceful life. Even if Yo-Yo couldn't live like Miss, she didn't want her to experience those terrible things. Her original intention was to let Yo-Yo Wu Yu live a carefree life. Even if he called Yo-Yo a little B asterisk starred, she wouldn't tell him that Yo-Yo was his daughter. What if one day, many years later, someone hung Yo-Yo up and pointed a gun at him to make a choice? What should he do? Welfare, Shinwu 799. Chapter 787. She could not afford to go through it again. She had lived her entire life in the past few years. She had had enough. She did not want love or affection. She only wanted a peaceful life with her daughter. He saw tears welling up in her eyes as she shivered. He started to regret it. He hugged her and shivered as well. He hugged her a little too tightly. How did she let go? How should he learn from her? Xiao Yao, give birth to a child for me. Just give birth to a child. After you give birth, you can leave with Yo-Yo. I won't stop you. Leave a child for me. She was stunned. She was stunned. She knew what he was capable of. If he insisted on something, he would not give up. You said it. Yeah. I might not be able to give birth to a son. He said gently. Our daughter is good too. Okay. I need to sign an agreement with you. After you give birth to the child, I will leave. After you give birth to the child, don't let me see it. Don't let me know its gender. She had been a mother before. She knew that sometimes a single glance could mean a lifetime. But if she did not give birth to a child for him, what would happen to Yo-Yo? Okay, as long as you give birth to my child, I will let you and Yo-Yo go. He got off her body and bent down to wipe her tears. Then he stood up straight. I'll go and draft the agreement. Xiaoya thought that Zhuang Yiqin would come and touch her soon, but he did not. He only came back to have dinner with her and said some nice things to her. Ever since she signed the agreement, Zhuang Yiqin brought Yo-Yo to her. He even showed her the information about the Sioux enterprise. Slowly, everything returned to normal. He did not forget to add, it's not easy to achieve peace. Xiao Yao, don't ruin it. She knew that he was threatening her. But as long as the Sioux enterprise was fine, everything was fine. She had Yo-Yo, and Su Jian had his career. She couldn't have everything. Li Yong tidied up Zhuang Yiqin's room and kept the medical records. Young master, you don't have to go to the office for now. You just had the operation. It's okay. The doctor said that it's just a vasectomy. I can go back to work the next day. He had spent too much time looking for her over the years. Now that she was back, he had to take care of the company. Young master, since young madam has agreed to have a child. Zhuang Yiqin smiled bitterly. Uncle Li, I can't let her get pregnant. You know that she's even more ruthless than me. After he finished speaking, Li Yong couldn't bear to continue. Young master, what about the Su family? Talk to their chairman. I can lend them money to get through this without interest, but they have to be responsible for taking care of Su Jian. Otherwise, I won't help them in their hour of need. I will add frost to their snow. I'll go now. Zhuang Yiqin knew that he was the one who had brought all of this upon himself. He thought that if he wanted to be with Xiaoya for the rest of his life, Xiaoya loved Yo-Yo so much. No matter how much he wanted this child to belong to another man, he had to force himself to accept it and accept it. But he realized that he seemed to have an affinity with this child. When he saw this child smile, his eyes would turn into crescents. It was as if he saw a replica of Xiao Yao smiling. It was so cute. Sometimes, when he went to work, he would think that Yo-Yo was a cute child. He would tie the knot. Actually, it was not bad for Yo-Yo to be by Xiaoya's side. Time passed day by day. He felt that he didn't have to force himself to accept it. He seemed to have gotten used to it. The child also seemed to be happier day by day. In the beginning, she would miss Daddy so much that she cried. Now, she was clingy to him and wanted him to tell her stories. She said that Daddy would tell her stories at night and that Daddy was busy with work. Uncle would tell her stories. He would take a book and read it. Later, he slowly learned how to use his voice to tell the child stories. He watched as Yo-Yo slowly fell asleep after his voice ended. He thought, Xiao Yao, you said in the past that you would give birth to my child. But now, you gave birth to someone else's child. Zhuang Yiqin didn't touch Xiaoya. However, Xiaoya became more and more restless. She lived in this villa and would always have dreams. She dreamed that Zhuang Yiqin kidnapped her daughter. She wanted to leave. She wanted to leave with Yo-Yo immediately. She woke up in the middle of the night and pushed open Zhuang Yiqin's bedroom door. She stood in front of his bed and said, Zhuang Yiqin, let me go. He sat up on the bed. There was another set of bedding on the bright red bedding. He was afraid that it would get dirty, so he would always get someone to put away the bedding after he woke up the next day. He got out of bed and said, Xiao Yao, what are you doing now? I want to take Yo-Yo away. Don't watch me so closely, okay? He smiled and said, but you haven't given birth to my child yet. He lifted her chin and kissed her. Then, he carried her and gently placed her on the bed. You came over so late. Are you inviting me? I told you that you can only leave after you give birth to my child. You're in such a hurry. Do you want to give birth to my child immediately and leave?" He didn't wait for her reply and kissed her. Slowly, lightly, and then extremely lingering, he tore at her lips and tongue. Hearing her moans and struggling, he said teasingly, "If you don't want me to touch you, you won't be able to give birth to the child. If you can't give birth to the child, how are you going to leave?" Seeing that she had given in, he kissed and licked her skin. He covered her eyes and brushed his tongue against her ear. Xiao Yao. He caressed her body and felt her body tremble. His kiss became more and more urgent. He felt her resistance and struggle, and the pain in his heart was indescribable. He knew that between them, they could not return to how they were in the past. The one who was in the past was only himself. But he couldn't let go. He could only spend more energy to tease her and ignite the desire in her body. Although he couldn't wait to have her immediately, he had to endure it every day. Until now, he still had to endure it. There was no other way. Until she let him in, let him in. Before he had her, he thought that he was a clean freak. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to take it and wouldn't be able to accept it. But when he had her again, he thought, finally, it's finally back. Was it his or was it his? Every day after that, Zhuang Yiqin secretly hugged Yo-Yo and taught her to call him Daddy. Yo-Yo was only 1.5 years old. She didn't understand the difference between a father and an uncle. At this age, she would probably call anyone Daddy. Gradually, Yo-Yo called Zhuang Yiqin Daddy every day. Gradually, the word Daddy was rarely heard from her mouth. Xiaoya knew, but she didn't stop it, because she knew that it was good that Yo-Yo didn't remember Su Jian. After all, she wouldn't be with anyone in the future. Perhaps it was because every time she heard Yo-Yo call Zhuang Yiqin Daddy, her eyes would start to water uncontrollably. She thought that she shouldn't have. She shouldn't have been someone who could be easily touched. She shouldn't. She had enough. 1 year later, in the autumn, Xiaoya came out of the hospital again. She had already gone for countless checkups. They all said that there was nothing wrong with her. Her body was normal and she could get pregnant. But she couldn't get pregnant. Madam, pregnancy is not always a woman's problem. It is sometimes a man's problem. No, my husband and I have already had a child. A man's body will change. The high pressure in society now will cause a man's survival rate to decrease. It will affect fertility. Why don't you bring your husband for a checkup? Yes, she agreed. But how was she going to tell Zhuang Yiqin? It was Saturday, and Zhuang Yiqin brought Yo-Yo out to play. So she could go out alone. He was always like this. If he brought Yo-Yo out, he would definitely ask the bodyguards to follow. But if she went out alone, she could go anywhere she wanted. He knew that Yo-Yo was the string that held the kite. As long as the string was in his hands, even if there were 10 Xiao Yichiois, she wouldn't run away. With Yo-Yo, he could control her tightly. But she didn't call the police and say that he was under house arrest. He didn't know if it was because she didn't want to sue him or because she didn't want Yo-Yo's life to be exposed. When Xiaoya returned to the villa, the helpers were very respectful to her. She went upstairs to his study room. She would go there regularly to check on Su Corporation. He was always there. Su Jian had bought over an old chain of jewelry stores in the country. He looked like a gentleman, but he did things meticulously. She knew that he had always been outstanding. She thought that she shouldn't pay too much attention to him. It was fine as long as he was doing well. Attention, Xinwu 799. Chapter 788. Zhuang Yiqin carried Yo-Yo back to the villa. They walked past the lawn and headed towards the main building. Yo-Yo, wash your hands and face before you can eat the fruit. Yo-Yo hugged Zhuang Yiqin's neck and pouted. I know. Daddy is so naggy. Li Yong followed behind the two of them and smiled. Beside him, Annie Wong said softly, You don't say. Yo-Yo is really becoming more and more like Sir. This child is so close. Li Yong was stunned. Zhuang Yiqin had already carried Yo-Yo into the main building. Li Yong frowned. Just as Zhuang Yiqin carried Yo-Yo into the building, a maid came over. Sir, Madam is waiting for you in the study upstairs. She said that you should go and look for her. Zhuang Yiqin handed Yo-Yo over to the maid and went upstairs. When he entered the study, he saw Xiaoyu turn around and look at him. Little devil, what's wrong? Xiaoyu raised the medical report and a series of receipts. She was filled with righteous indignation. What is this? Zhuang Yiqin's eyes darkened. You went through my things. You with the surname Zhuang. You obviously had a birth control operation, but you want me to give birth to your child. He saw that she was trembling with anger. Her lips were trembling and her expression was ugly. There was a kind of hysterical anger in her. At first, he was a little afraid. However, he knew that some lies would be exposed one day. He had to face it sooner or later. His slender and seductive eyes revealed a faint smile. So what? You can't give birth to my child in this lifetime. Even if you die, you can only die in front of me. She saw how ruthless and decisive he was. However, when he said, so what? It was as if he was describing something trivial. It was as if carrying on the family line was just a child's play. After her anger subsided, all she was left with was her breathing. Sometimes it was soft, sometimes it was heavy, sometimes it was urgent, and sometimes it was slow. Then, she felt that her strength was running out. She saw the man in front of her go from clear to blurry. As her body slid down, she felt the man quickly come over and pick her up. He sat on the sofa and placed her on his lap. She could no longer hear him clearly, but she still heard him say, actually, I don't have anything other than you. I don't have parents. I don't have any relatives. Little demon, if you're willing to rely on me and not have your own child, that's fine too. After all, I'm dead and won't be able to see anything. In fact, he didn't know why he had such thoughts. Perhaps it was only temporary. Even if it was temporary, such thoughts still popped out of his head. What does it feel like to love someone? He couldn't explain it, nor could he explain it thoroughly. He couldn't use words to describe it. All he knew was that if he loved someone, he had to be with her. He didn't know what blessings were. He knew that her heart was dead. Whether it was him or Su Jian, all she had was an indescribable feeling. It was as if she had known each other for a long time. Perhaps what she felt for Su Jian was kinship, a kinship that she relied on. The love in her heart couldn't bloom. He was the one who ended it. Even if it was a misunderstanding, he missed the best time to make up for it. During the time when she was at her most desperate, he wasn't by her side. She endured it bitterly. In the process of enduring, the flowers in her heart all withered. In the past, she would die for Kang Yun because she was young. However, after experiencing him, she left without taking anything with her. He knew that she only wanted to prove that she wouldn't die for a man. She would live well, change her identity, change her name. A fish's memory only lasted 7 seconds. She wanted to forget him, forget the hurt, and live a carefree life again. He knew that she was crazy and mentally unstable. The harder she tried to prove that she was strong, that she wouldn't die for love, the more she wanted to be calm and self-reliant, the more she couldn't walk out of that alley. She hurt herself. She couldn't control herself and hurt herself. In her mind, she desperately pulled herself not to do that. She couldn't do that. The two people in her body were fighting, and it drove her crazy. Therefore, she didn't do anything to Su Jian, even though Su Jian deliberately blocked the news that he was looking for her. However, during that time, when she was mentally unstable, it was Su Jian who took care of her. Otherwise, it was unknown whether she would still have the chance to stand in front of him. She heard him say that they depended on each other. How could he use these 4 words? These 4 words were so desolate and bitter. He had such a strong family business and depended on each other. It was suitable for people who worked hard to survive. How could he use these words? She wanted to say it, but she couldn't open her mouth. She didn't have any strength at all. Her strength had been sucked away by his words. He carried her back to the room and placed her on the bed. Before night fell, he hugged her and coaxed her to sleep. Little demon, don't blame me for taking advantage of this loophole. I know you're a stubborn person, but I also have things that I want to persevere on. You can't bear to part with Yo-Yo, but I don't want children. That's why I can win. Little demon, this time, I'm more ruthless than you. That's why you can only be by my side. She didn't answer. She just closed her eyes and let the tears drip from her eyes onto the bedsheets. From then on, he didn't use the reason of wanting children to sleep with her. She also didn't enter his room. He only took her to the mall to buy shoes. However, he realized that she had changed. She didn't like high heels very much. She liked to wear more comfortable styles. She said, "It's tiring to take care of Yo-Yo. Wearing high heels makes my feet tired. There's a nanny at home. You don't have to carry her all the time. The child is mine. I can only carry her for a few years. When she grows up, she won't want me to carry her anymore." He could hear the sadness in her voice. He wanted to say, "Little demon, let's have another child. You can carry your child again." However, he knew that he couldn't and didn't dare to. He wasn't as ruthless as her. He didn't dare to try. Leon called. Zhuang Yiqin picked up the call. Then his body trembled. His gaze landed on Xiaoya. His eyes started to redden and water started to well up. "Young master, I just got the DNA test results. Don't be so agitated. Actually, I didn't want to do this behind your back. I just heard a few servants talking about it. I was curious, so I took your and Yo's hair for the test. Young master, Yo-Yo is your daughter. 100%, 100%. The phone fell to the ground and the battery fell out. He looked at Xiaoya. She was looking down at the flat-heeled shoes on her feet. She was even tiptoeing as she said to the salesperson, "It looks like it's half a size bigger, but it'll be tight if it's a size smaller." The flavored bottles in his heart were all overturned. They were all overturned, and the feelings in his heart were surging uncontrollably. There must be mustard and chili in those flavor bottles. He could not control his tears, and they fell. Yo-Yo was his daughter. Yo-Yo was his daughter, not Su Zhiyin's. How could she lie to him like this? How could she lie to him and make him suffer? Those passers-by looked at him and whispered. They even pointed at him. He looked at her with a face full of tears. When she looked up and saw him, she was shocked. She quickly asked, "What's wrong?" He only hugged her tightly. She was in so much pain that she couldn't cry out. He hugged her and couldn't speak. His tears flowed freely. He lowered his head and bit her shoulder. He used a lot of force. Those suppressed sobs could be heard from between his teeth and the flesh on her shoulder. She was in pain. Her shoulder hurt. Because he was crying in front of her in public, the pain on her shoulder suddenly rushed her heart. It hurt so much that she curled up into a ball and couldn't cry out. He carried her. She was still wearing only one shoe. He carried her horizontally and walked away. The bodyguard sensibly paid the bill. "What are you doing? Little demon, how can I repay you?" He pressed his face against hers. As he walked, he said in a low voice, "Tell me, how can I repay you?" She didn't understand. "You don't owe me anything. Why do you want me to repay you? Yo-Yo is my daughter, isn't she?" He was thinking about how she was going to give birth to Yo-Yo when she was mentally unstable. Yo-Yo was so cute, so beautiful, so smart, and so lovable. She was so stunned that she couldn't say a word. She didn't know if the water stains on her face were hers or his. The sun was always so bright. Zhuang Yiqin learned how to make cakes and specially hired a pastry chef to teach him. Yo-Yo thought that he was very good. She looked at the cakes that he made. After squeezing chocolate and strawberry jam, they could turn into cute little princesses, puppies, or teddy bears. She clapped her hands and said, "Daddy, you're so good. So good." He put the little cake on a plate and squatted down. "Daddy will feed Yo-Yo, okay?" "No, I want to save the cake. I don't want to eat it. If I eat it, the puppy will lose its head, tail, and eyes." Yo-Yo was very disappointed. In her eyes, there was a halo of kindness. It was as if she would really hurt the puppy. "Daddy will make more for you after you eat it?" Yo-Yo shook her head. Her voice was still so childish. "Daddy, you should make watermelon, strawberries, and vegetables for me next time. Puppies can't eat them. Look at how cute our ice cream is. If she sees me eating puppies, she will be sad." Ice cream was Zhuang Yiqin's pet dog. Yo-Yo liked it very much. She played with it every day, and they had a very deep relationship. Zhuang Yiqin stroked Yo's head. "Okay, we want to eat puppies. Daddy will make strawberries for Yo-Yo right now." Xiaoya stood outside the kitchen and watched the interaction between the father and daughter. She turned around. She thought that even if Zhuang Yiqin didn't say it out loud, Yo-Yo would still be close to him because of the nature of a father and daughter. It was the middle of winter and it was snowing heavily. The crowded crowd and the streams of traffic were all symbols of the city. By the roadside, Su Jian stood in front of Xiaoya. The snow was fluttering in the air, dancing wildly, sticking to his clothes, hair, eyes, and hair. The air he exhaled came in clumps. Xiaoyu, come back with me, okay? Jian, I can't leave Yo-Yo. He smiled bitterly. You can't leave Zhuang Yichen, right? She shook her head. I can leave anyone, but I can't leave Yo-Yo. You're trying to say that you can't leave anyone, including me, right? Yo-Yo, you're my life. Xiaoyu, you're my life too. She couldn't say anything for a while. She didn't even dare to look at him. The pain in his eyes would burn her. I'm too selfish. I've hurt you, Jian. Both of them spoke softly, but their eyes were red. She saw him turn around and saw his sad smile. She was in a trance. Besides her consciousness, she also saw the wheels of the car rushing towards him uncontrollably. He heard the woman behind him scream, Jian, be careful. A force pushed him from his back, and he fell forward. He fell to the ground and heard a muffled bang. He heard the sound of the brakes and the car's tires skidding in the snow. Zhuang Yichen's men saw this and ran towards the road in all directions. Attention, Hongcha 866. Chapter 789. Asterisk at the hospital. Blood transfusion, oxygen, cardiac pacing. Voices rang out one after another. Zhuang Yichen's fist landed squarely on Su Jian's face. Su Jian's heart was throbbing with pain, and he couldn't scream even if he wanted to. Su Jian accepted it sullenly and didn't retaliate. All he could hear was the words she said in his arms. She sounded so weak and weak. Jian, if I were your life, I would give it back to you. Live a good life, get married, and have kids. I'm sorry. The only person I've let down in my life is you. Don't cry. Jian, I'm suddenly so happy. I feel so relaxed. I've never felt so relaxed in the past few years. I'm so tired, but I'm not worried. Yo-Yo has Zhuang Yichen. He will love her and take good care of her. My parents have Qian, and they have a granddaughter. They will be strong and live on. Jian, don't cry. You have to be happy for me. I feel so relaxed right now, so relaxed. Her hand was cold as ice as it caressed his face. He lay on the floor, tears dripping onto the floor. He shouldn't have come looking for her. He thought he was fully prepared to deal with Zhuang Yichen. He was defeated the last time because he was caught off guard. How could the Sioux Enterprise fall so easily? He wouldn't allow it this time. But when he saw the light in her eyes, he knew she didn't want to go with him. He was disappointed. Zhuang Yichen wanted to be generous for once. He shouldn't have acted like Su Jian and deliberately kept the news from her. He only sent people to follow her and protect her. He didn't expect such an accident to happen. Are you happy now? Su Jian. Su Jian didn't reply. I'll wait here for her to wake up. If she doesn't wake up, I'll make you pay with your life. He looked up at Zhuang Yichen and smiled faintly. It was as if he didn't care about the rest of his life anymore. He pushed himself up and sat on the stool. It was the end of winter and the snow had melted. There was still the smell of medicine in the ward. The fragrance of the flowers in the vase mixed with the smell of disinfectant. It was very strange. Zhuang Yichen held the bowl of porridge and blew on it carefully before feeding it to Xiaoya. She didn't eat it. It's tasteless. He was very happy that she had woken up. He did not dare to raise his voice at all. Have some porridge before you eat the vegetables, okay? No, I don't want to eat. Then what do you want to eat? Tell me, and I'll have someone make it for you right away. Zhuang Yichen, I want to marry you. I'm telling you, if you don't marry me, I'll break up with you. I'm already 25 years old. She angrily pushed his bowl away. The bowl fell to the ground and shattered. The porridge splattered all over the floor. His hand was still grasping the air, as if he was still holding a bowl in his hand. His body stiffened, and he couldn't believe it. With a trembling voice, he said, Little demon, wait a little longer. She said firmly, No, I still have a few more 4 years. In another 4 years, I'll be almost 30 years old. I won't wait. I'll either get married or break up. Ye is already married at such a young age. Even Qian is married. If you don't marry me, I'll find someone who's willing to marry me." Tears streamed down his face. "Don't you dare," she harumphed. "You'll see if I dare." He hugged her. "Little demon, let's go get our marriage certificate tomorrow then." "Really? Really? I'll even give you a grand wedding. I'll even give you a company and shares. Okay? Really?" His heart ached so much that it was about to split open. But seeing her like this, he was happy. "Really?" She sobbed. "Zhuang Yiqin, don't lie to me. I won't lie to you. From now on, I'll tell you when I eat, when I get off work, where I'm going, and what I'm doing. I'll never lie to you. Little demon, I won't lie to you or hide anything from you in the future. Okay?" She wiped the tears off her face and pouted. Then she said seriously, "I'll make my own wedding dress. I'll make your formal dress for you. Okay, you've always made my clothes. Of course, you'll have to make my formal dress too." Outside the door, a figure froze for a moment before leaving. She wanted him to get married and have children. A month later, in the Zhuang family's villa in the suburbs, they were arguing again. "Zhuang Yiqin, if you don't marry me, I'll break up with you. Okay, we'll get married tomorrow. Don't lie to me. I won't lie to you. I won't lie to you or hide anything from you in the future. Okay? I'm going to have my formal dress made. You must invite Yi and Qian. I'm a show off. You must. You mustn't miss out on anything. Buy them the biggest diamond ring." A young tycoon in Haicheng held 3 weddings in a single season. He spent tens of millions each time, and all 3 weddings were with the same bride. Some people laughed foolishly, some called him silly, and some said, "When love is strong, how can you be silly?" Xiaoya walked around the garden outside, thinking about how to design her formal dress. She stood there for half an hour, and no one dared to disturb her. In the end, when she returned to the main building, her feet were frozen stiff. Zhuang Yiqin saw that her nose was red from the cold. He was worried that she might be too loud and disturb Yo-Yo, so he lowered his voice and scolded the maids. "Is this how you take care of Madam? Sir, Madam doesn't want us to disturb her. Keep your voice down. You're so ungentlemanly." Xiaoya rolled her eyes at Zhuang Yiqin and held his arm. "Yiqin, I'll go up and soak my feet." As her feet soaked in the water, they were surrounded by warmth. Xiaoya sighed comfortably. "It's so comfortable." Zhuang Yiqin squatted on the ground and stroked her feet. "Next time, don't stand for so long when you go out. If you're in the cold for too long, your skin will be damaged. Yiqin, don't do it for me. I'll do it myself." Xiaoya felt that she should wash his feet. Suddenly, she was a little scared. She was afraid that he would dislike her and not want her anymore. "Don't move." He rubbed her feet for a while before he took the towel and placed it on his lap. He wrapped her feet in the towel and wiped the water off her feet. He held her feet in his large palms. His hands were very warm. He placed her feet against his chest. "Do you remember what I said? If you stand outside in the cold again at night, I'll get angry." He knew that ever since her mental condition had worsened, she had always listened to him. Aside from the matter of marriage, she had always been very firm. Usually, she would listen to whatever he said. "I won't do it again." Looking at her pouting timidly, he wanted to laugh. "Xiaoyao, do you still remember that I told you that? I love you." She was stunned. Her mouth was slightly open, her eyes were wide, and her eyelashes were blinking. She blinked and tears came out her eyes. "You lied to me." She jumped up from the stool and stepped on the water. She punched his shoulder and cried nonstop. "Zhuang Yiqin, you lied to me. What did you say that? When did you say that? Say it again. Say it again." He stood up, hugged her, and kissed the tears on her face. "I said it yesterday, in the morning, and in the afternoon when I called you. You forgot. How could I forget? You must be lying to me. You must be lying to me." She cried hard and punched him intensely. She suddenly pushed him away and ran into the study barefooted. The helper heard the commotion and hurried into the room to clean up. Xiaoya entered the study and took a new notebook. She took out a pen and looked at the time on the clock on the wall. She wrote down the year, hour, minute, second, and year one by one and added a sentence at the end. "Zhuang Yiqin said to me that he loves you." Many years later, there were several notebooks in the study. The year, hour, minute, second, and year were densely recorded. Zhuang Yiqin said to me that he loves you. Zhuang Yiqin, Yi and Qian Qian each have 2 children. Okay, why do we only have 1 child? He was delighted and kissed her forehead. After some time, we'll have a child too. The vasectomy was not a major operation, but after it was done, she would need to recuperate for some time before she could have a child. He thought that as long as she was willing to have children, of course, he would want to have 2 more children. Really? Really? Then let's talk to Yo-Yo tomorrow and have another child to accompany her. Okay. End of Zhuang Ye's narration. Attention, Xinwu, 799. Chapter 790. A pair of warm hands landed on her face, awkwardly wiping away the tears on her face. Someone whispered in her ear, "Sis, did you have a nightmare? Don't be afraid. Your brave and handsome little brother is here with you. No one will dare to bully you." On. Ji Yuqi opened her heavy eyes. Through the haze of tears, she saw a handsome but slightly childish face. Ahan, it really was her little brother, Ahan. Ahan. Ji Yuqi hugged him, tears rolling down her face. She kept saying, "Ahan, I can still see you. Ahan, I missed you so much." Ji Yunhan was stunned. Looking at his sister, who was crying so hard that she was out of breath, he blinked in puzzlement. Finally, he hugged her and gently patted her back. "Sis, don't be so agitated. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. You can see me every day in the future. Be good, don't cry. You won't be pretty if you cry anymore." Ji Yuqi was crying and laughing at the same time. This was her little brother, a noisy, handsome, and cute little brother. Why did she think that her little brother was rebellious and insensible? She was so stupid to actually believe Chen Tingfang and her mother's instigation. "Miss, don't cry. Your body is weak. If Master sees you, his heart will ache." A pair of calloused hands held a tissue and gently wiped away the tears on her face. "Mother Wu." Ji Yuqi raised her head to look at the familiar and kind face. Her tears fell even harder. Mother Wu was the Ji family's nanny. She had been serving the Ji family since Ji Yuqi was born. She treated Chi-Chi and Ahan better than her own son. In Ji Yuqi's heart, she was like her second mother. "Be good, don't cry. Mother Wu will make your favorite dessert for you later." Although Mother Wu's face was smiling, her eyes were a little red. She had always treated Miss as her own daughter and doted on her. How could her heart not ache when her child was hurt? After a long while, Ji Yuqi's emotions stabilized. What was going on? Wasn't she dead? Why did she see the dead Ahan and Mother Wu who had returned to her hometown to retire? Could it be that before she died, she was hallucinating? She bit her tongue hard. Hiss, it hurt. It wasn't a hallucination. It was real. Perhaps the heavens had heard her unwillingness and regret before she died, so they had given her a chance to start over. In the bathroom, Ji Yuqi looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was much younger. She thought for a long time and finally confirmed that she had been reborn. She had returned to the time when she was 20 years old. In the winter of that year, she had accidentally fallen into the lake. It was Jiang Tianhao who had saved her. That was the first time they had met. Thinking of that man, Ji Yuqi's blood began to boil. Hatred was like a ferocious beast tearing at her soul. She was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Her body trembled, and the anger and hatred in her eyes made people shudder. Since she had been reborn, she would never allow those be** cheese to control her life. She would protect the people she loved and make those who harmed her pay the price. "Sister, are you okay?" Ji Yunhan's worried voice came. Ji Yuqi took a deep breath and slowly hid the hatred in her eyes. She opened the door and walked out. "I'm fine. Ahan, where's Mother Wu?" "Mother Wu went downstairs to make some snacks for you." "Sister, are you still feeling unwell? If you're feeling unwell, you must tell me." Ji Yunhan looked at her with concern. He felt that something had changed after his sister fell into the water, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Ji Yuqi smiled and rubbed his head. "I'm fine, don't worry about me. How about you? How have your studies been? Have you been bullied in school? She remembered that Ahan had just entered the first year of high school. He was originally very good at his studies, but for some reason, he started to skip classes. He didn't study hard and often made her father angry. Later, he joined the mafia. Her father was so angry that he almost cut off all ties with him. Later on, Ji Yunhan proudly raised his chin. Who do you think your brother is? How could I be bullied? You don't have to worry about my studies. I'm the first in the entire cohort. Of course, my brother is the best. Ji Yuchi smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Then, she said seriously, Ahan, no matter what difficulties you encounter, remember to tell me. I'll definitely help you. Don't forget, I'm your biological sister. Ji Yunhan was startled. His handsome face bloomed with a brilliant smile. He nodded heavily. And I know, sister. Ever since Izisu entered their house, his sister rarely chatted with him so intimately. She preferred to play with Izisu. However, now that his sister was willing to treat him intimately again, he was so happy that he could fly. Big Sister Chi-Chi, may I come in? A gentle voice interrupted the siblings' conversation. Ji Yuchi's heart trembled. She unconsciously clenched her fists and stared at the closed door with hatred. She would never forget that it was the owner of that voice who had colluded with that beast, Jiang Tianhao, to destroy their Ji family. Ji Yunhan muttered impatiently. Annoying person. Ji Yuchi seemed to wake up from a dream. Her tense body suddenly relaxed. She had to calm down. If she always got angry so easily, Yi Zisu and her good mother would definitely see through her. She rubbed Ji Yunhan's hair and whispered, in the future, even if you hate someone, you can't show it. Otherwise, you'll be used by the enemy, understand? Ji Yunhan stared at her in disbelief. Sister, are you sure you're really my sister and not an alien in disguise? He had nagged his sister more than once that mother and daughter were bad people, but he was always scolded by his sister for being insensible. This time, she didn't scold him and even said such things. Ji Yuchi felt a little bitter. She hugged him. Ahan, only you and Dad are my family. I'll definitely protect you. Ji Yunhan still wanted to say something, but Yi Zisu knocked on the door again. Sister Chi-Chi, are you okay? Ji Yuchi let go of Ji Yunhan. Her lips curled into a tranquil smile as she said softly, I'm fine. Zisu, come in. The door opened, and a beautiful figure walked in. The 19-year-old Yi Zisu was very beautiful. She looked very much like her mother, Chun Tingfang. She had a pair of big watery eyes, a tall nose, pink lips, and a delicate face the size of a palm. She wore a white wool dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Her movements were elegant, like a fresh and elegant lily that bloomed quietly. Others were bewitched by her pure appearance. Only Ji Yuchi knew that her heart was as vicious as a scorpion's. Ji Yuchi's smile grew brighter, but her eyes were cold. Izisu, we meet again. Sister Chi-Chi, are you feeling better? Izisu's delicate face was filled with worry. Ji Yuchi stared at her beautiful face and her pretentious expression. She really wanted to rush up and bite her throat. However, she couldn't be impulsive. She would take revenge for all the pain she had suffered, bit by bit. She pinched her palms hard and tried to control her emotions. She curled her lips and said, I'm fine now. I've made you worry, Zisu. Yi Zisu seemed to heave a sigh of relief. Her furrowed brows loosened, and she looked at her reproachfully. Sister Chi-Chi, you have to be more careful in the future. It's so dangerous to fall into the lake in the middle of winter. Fortunately, someone passed by and saved you. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Her tone was reproachful, but every word she said was for Ji Yuchi's sake, as if she was really a good sister who cared about her older sister. If Ji Yuchi hadn't been reborn and seen through her true colors, she would have been bewitched by her fake kindness. Ji Yuchi's eyes flashed with ridicule, but her lips curved into a gentle smile. All right, Zisu, I already know my mistake. Don't embarrass me anymore. I was just taught a lesson by Aon. Ji Yunhan had been standing to the side, watching Yi Zisu's pretentious behavior. He was originally very impatient, but when he recalled his older sister's reminder, he didn't mock and ridicule Yi Zisu like before. He only snorted and replied to his older sister, "In the future, don't tell others that I'm your younger brother. I don't have such a stupid older sister like you." Ji Yuchi pretended to be angry and snorted twice. Yi Zisu hurriedly smoothed things over and changed the topic, but in her heart, she couldn't wait for the relationship between the siblings to worsen as much as possible. "Sister Chi-Chi, I almost forgot that Senior Jiang Tianhao is here to see you. Let's hurry downstairs." Ji Yuchi looked confused. "Jiang Tianhao? Who's that?" Yi Zisu stepped forward and held her arm. She smiled gently. "Sister Chi-Chi, Senior Jiang is a famous person in our school. How could you forget? Also, he's your savior." Savior? It must have been carefully planned. Ji Yuchi still remembered that day when she was sitting by the lake and reading a book. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her shoulder and fell into the lake with a splash. She struggled and shouted for help, but there was no one around. The suffocation grew stronger and stronger. She drank a lot of water and thought that she was dead for sure. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her arm. In her previous life, she thought that it was just her imagination and didn't think much of it. In this life, she was sure that someone had deliberately pushed her into the lake. The person behind the scenes was naturally Jiang Tianhao. He wanted to create a scene of a hero saving a damsel in distress to get close to her and win her favor. Ji Yuchi narrowed her eyes and seemed to be thinking seriously. After a while, she came to a realization. "No wonder I thought his name was familiar. So it's our student council president." Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she looked a little shy. "Zisu, you said that Senior Jiang saved me?" The perfect smile on Yi Zisu's face froze, and her voice was gentle. "Yes, Senior Jiang has been very worried about you, so he specially came to see you. Let's hurry down and not let him wait too long." "But I haven't changed yet." Ji Yuchi glanced at her clothes and shook her arm coquettishly. "Zisu, you go down and accompany Senior Jiang first. I'll change first." "Okay, I'll go down first. Hurry up and come down." Yi Zisu chuckled, her lowered eyelashes hiding the strong jealousy in her eyes. Welfare Hongcha 866. Chapter 791. In the living room, a man and woman were sitting on opposite ends of the sofa, chatting in a soft voice. From time to time, Yi Zisu's delicate laughter could be heard. Ji Yuchi sorted out her emotions, trying her best to suppress the flood of hatred, and slowly walked down the stairs. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Jiang Tianhao looked up, his deep eyes revealing a stunned expression. The woman slowly came down the stairs. Her beautiful long curly hair naturally draped over her shoulders, giving off an enchanting luster under the light. She was wearing a long red dress. The enchanting red was like a burning flame, forcing people to hold their breath and stare directly at it. Her every movement exuded a charming charm, but her pair of agate eyes revealed a trace of coldness, like the perfect combination of an angel and a devil, so beautiful that it was soul-stirring. Ji Yuchi was also sizing up Jiang Tianhao. His face was really handsome. No wonder she was mesmerized by him in her previous life. Even if she was now sizing him up with a heart full of hatred, she had to admit that he was indeed wearing the skin of a beauty. This year, he was only 22 years old, but his calm and restrained aura was not to be underestimated. Although he had a warm smile on his face, she could see the ambition and greed in his deep eyes. Ji Yuchi's lips hooked up into a faint smile. "Jiang Tianhao, don't you like to plunder? Then wait for me to destroy it for you to see." Jiang Tianhao stood up like a gentleman. His smile could be described as perfect, and his voice was soft and smooth. "Junior sister, how is your body?" "It's already much better. Thank you, Senior, for your concern." Ji Yuchi faintly smiled, a faint blush appearing on her white cheeks. "Senior, I still haven't thanked you for saving my life." Jiang Tianhao modestly said, "It's just a small matter. Junior sister is fine, so I'm relieved." Ji Yuqi calmly glanced at Yizisu. Seeing her stiff smile, the smile on her lips deepened, and she playfully winked, her voice carrying a trace of coquettishness. To Senior, it's just a small matter, but to me, it's a great kindness that is difficult to repay. Senior, if you don't mind, I would like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Jiang Tianhao naturally declined. Ji Yuqi coquettishly said, Senior, if you don't agree, then it means you're looking down on me. Junior sister, you're too polite, then I can only accept deferentially. Jiang Tianhao's smile, but his tone was even more gentle, as if there was a trace of doting. Clang! Yi Zissou accidentally knocked over the teacup, the tea spilling onto her skirt. Her face was pale, and she awkwardly smiled. Sorry, you guys take your time chatting. I'll go change my clothes. Ji Yuqi watched as she hurriedly left, a trace of ridicule in her eyes. So, Yi Zissou had liked Jiang Tianhao for a long time. In her previous life, this big idiot had stupidly asked Yi Zissou to teach her how to pursue Jiang Tianhao. She was really stupid to the extreme. After Yi Zissou went upstairs, she didn't come down again. Ji Yuqi also didn't want to look at Jiang Tianhao's disgusting face, so they arranged to eat together. After faintly exchanging a few words, Jiang Tianhao tactfully took his leave. Ji Yuqi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Jiang Tianhao's tall and straight back disappear into the distance. She couldn't help but recall her previous life, when she also secretly watched him leave. The difference was that at that time, she was filled with anticipation for their next meeting. But now, her heart was filled with hatred and nothing else. The fallen leaves and trees in the courtyard were bare, giving people a feeling of desolation for no reason. In the garden, several red plum blossoms were in full bloom, awe-inspiring and unafraid of the cold wind. The fiery colors ignited the hatred hidden deep in Ji Yuqi's heart. Her lips hooked up in a cold arc, so cold that it was frightening. Chi-Chi, why are you wearing so little? Don't freeze. Ji Bowen had just returned home when he saw his daughter standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in a daze, and his heart ached. Ji Yuqi's heart trembled, and her eyes quickly filled with tears. It was her father who loved her the most. She abruptly turned around and threw herself into Ji Bowen's embrace. Smelling his warm and familiar scent, her tears fell down. In her previous life, she had ignored her father's objections and insisted on marrying Jiang Tianhao, breaking his heart. Her heart was filled with regret. Dad, I missed you so much. Dad, I'm sorry. This child, didn't we just part ways this morning? Why are you getting more clingy as you grow up? Ji Bowen smiled as he stroked his daughter's head. He couldn't help but scold her. Chi-Chi, you're not allowed to do dangerous things in the future. Dad is old and can't stand being scared. Ji Yuqi fiercely nodded. Dad, I'll definitely listen to you in the future. I won't make you angry anymore. Ji Bowen's warm large palm pressed on her head and sighed with gratification. Chi-Chi, you've grown up. You know how to care for your dad. Dad is very happy. Dad. Ji Yuqi's nose twitched and her tears fell again. Okay, don't cry. Ji Bowen lovingly patted her back. Chi-Chi, go upstairs and put on another layer of clothes. Don't catch a cold. Dad, I'm not cold. The heater in the room was very strong, and it was as warm as summer. Ji Bowen deliberately put on a stern face. No, you've just recovered from a serious illness. You have to be more careful. Gigai, be a good girl and go upstairs and put on another layer of clothes. Okay, I'll listen to Dad. Ji Yuqi hugged him tightly, then released him. She playfully stuck out her tongue, then turned around and ran upstairs. Ji Bowen laughed and shook his head with a doting expression. Chen Tingfang stood on the second floor and jealously watched the scene of the father and daughter being filial. Her strict husband rarely smiled in front of her and Zissou, but in front of Ji Yuqi, he was never stingy with his smile. Could it be that he never cared about his wife? Auntie Chun, Ji Yuqi sweetly called out when she brushed past Chen Tingfang. Chen Tingfang smiled and said gently, Chi-Chi, change your clothes and quickly go downstairs to eat. Ji Yuqi responded crisply. Okay. Chun Tingfang waited for her to walk away, and the smile on her face immediately disappeared, leaving only a gloomy viciousness in her eyes. During dinner, Ji Bowen kept putting food into Ji Yuqi's bowl, piling up a small hill. She pouted and said, Dad, if you continue to feed me like this, I'm going to become a little fat pig. You'll be prettier if you become a little fat pig. Look at you now, you've lost weight. Come eat more. This is the chicken soup that Mama Wu specially made for you. Ji Bowen scooped half a bowl of chicken soup and placed it in front of her. Ji Yuqi rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Dad, you can't just spoil me. There's still Zissou and Ahon. Be careful not to make them jealous. Do you think they're as petty as you? Ji Bowen was amused by her mischievous look. Although he was joking, he still scooped half a bowl of soup for Yi Zissou and Ji Yunhan. Thank you, Uncle Ji. Yi Zissou took the soup and felt an indescribable pain in her heart. No matter how good or how outstanding she was as a stepdaughter, she would never be able to compare to someone else's biological daughter. The next day was Sunday, and it was also the day that Ji Yuqi and Jiang Tianhao had agreed to go out for dinner. She woke up early in the morning and dressed herself up beautifully. She quietly took in Yi Zissou's jealousy into her eyes. At around 9 o'clock, Jiang Tianhao came to pick her up. His black coat made him look handsome, gentle, and tall. Ji Yuqi skipped over to him, revealing the innocence and cuteness of a little girl. Good morning, senior. Good morning, junior sister. Jiang Tianhao looked at her with a gentle gaze that could drip water. Ji Yuqi smiled and put on a white cloak with Mother Wu's help. She looked as adorable as a doll carved from jade. She carried her bag, turned around, and said to Yi Zissou, Zissou, are you really not going? Senior isn't an outsider. It'll be more lively with one more person. Don't you think so, Senior? She tilted her head and looked at Jiang Tianhao with a smile on her face. For some reason, Jiang Tianhao had the urge to rub her soft hair. However, when he glanced at the low-key luxurious decorations of the Ji family, the strange feeling in his heart disappeared. He smiled and said, Yuqi is right. Zissou, why don't you come with us? Yi Zissou's eyes lit up. Senior Tianhao called her name. She was so excited that her heart raced. She wanted to tell him that she was willing to go, but when she saw Ji Yuqi secretly winking at her and looking at her pleadingly, she had to suppress the excitement in her heart. She smiled stiffly and said, I've already made an appointment with my friend, so I won't be going with you. Have fun. I see. What a pity. Zissou will be leaving first. Ji Yuqi waved at Yi Zissou. Jiang Tianhao also nodded politely. Seeing the two figures disappear at the entrance of the courtyard, Yi Zissou picked up a vase and smashed it on the ground. Her beautiful face was twisted with anger and jealousy. Mom, how long do I have to endure this? I saw Senior Tianhao first. Why should I give him to that bitch, Ji Yuqi? Mom, I can't accept this. I really can't accept this. Senior Tianhao likes me too. We're a match made in heaven. Yi Zissou roared angrily in the master bedroom. Chen Tingfang's slender and white fingers tapped Yi Zissou's forehead. She said resentfully, Senior Tianhao, what's so good about that poor boy? You'll marry a rich man in the future. Don't associate with those poor people. Mom, you can't say that about Senior Tianhao. Although his family isn't well off, he's capable and ambitious. He'll definitely make a name for himself. I like ambitious men like him. Stupid. No matter how capable he is, without connections and funds, he'll only be able to climb to the position of a department manager. Compared to those rich second-generation heirs, he's already lost at the starting line. Chen Tingfang frowned impatiently. Zissou, listen to Mom. Don't associate with him anymore. With your Uncle G's status, it'll be easy for you to marry into a rich family in the future. Why do you have to suffer with a poor boy? Right, doesn't that Tang boy like you? I think he's not bad. Come and see. Songshu 566. Chapter 792. Mom, Tang Feng isn't bad, but I don't like him. The one I like is Senior Tianhao. I beg you, please help me. Yi Zisa hugged Chen Tingfang's arm and acted like a spoiled child. Mom, if G Group becomes ours, we'll have our own money. Why we have to marry a rich husband and look at his face? Her words poked at Chen Tingfang's sore spot. Although Chen Tingfang married a rich husband after remarrying, Ji Bowen wasn't the kind of person who indulged in extravagance. He wouldn't let Chen Tingfang flaunt her wealth, so he often made her lose face in front of those rich wives. Thinking about it, she used to be a legitimate daughter of a wealthy family. If it weren't for her family's downfall and her ex-husband's downfall, she wouldn't have to look at her current husband's face. Chen Tingfang's expression turned ugly. Yi Zissou continued to add fuel to the fire. Mom, you've seen it for yourself. No matter how hard we try, Uncle Ji still likes Ji Yuqi the most. She's his biological daughter. There's no way he'll leave his family assets to us. It was fine in the past. Ji Yuqi was arrogant and ignorant. One day, she would fall into our hands. But now, it's as if she's suddenly enlightened. Look at how happy she's made Uncle Ji. I'm even suspecting that she knows something. Chen Tingfang's gaze turned cold. Her scarlet nails dug into the edge of the table. She sneered and said, if we want to defeat Ji Yuqi, we have to first make her lose Ji Bowen's favor. Let's see what else she can do without the person protecting her. Yi Zissou was delighted. Mom, you have a plan? Chen Tingfang scratched a few marks on the table with her fingernails. Her eyes were sinister and vicious. She whispered something into Yi Zissou's ear, which made Yi Zissou beam with joy. Oof, Ji Yuqi, let's see how long you can be so mighty. Ji Yuqi, who was being talked about, was having a meal with Jiang Tianhao in a high-class Western restaurant. She lowered her eyes and elegantly cut the steak on the plate. She imagined that she was cutting Jiang Tianhao, and her mood inexplicably became better. Sure enough, love and hate were separated by a single thought. In her previous life, she loved him so much that even a scratch on his hand made her heart ache. But now, fantasizing about how to torture him had become her greatest hobby. Yuqi, what do you usually like to do? Jiang Tianhao's voice was clear and gentle. Ji Yuqi's expression was indifferent. Eat, sleep, study, and occasionally go shopping. There's nothing special. Jiang Tianhao was startled. He thought that this arrogant miss in front of him already had a good impression of him. She should have shown her good points in front of him to attract him. Even if she didn't have any good points, she should have said that she had some elegant interests. Her answer was too honest. Ji Yuqi didn't know what he was thinking and didn't care. She only focused on eating, treating him as if he was nothing. Jiang Tianhao still wanted to worm his way into being friends with her. He created a few more topics, but she rebutted him indifferently. He couldn't guess what she was thinking, but he also found it more interesting. It seemed that she wasn't the simple-minded, unruly, and willful Miss in the rumors. When it was time to pay the bill, Jiang Tianhao displayed his gentlemanly demeanor. He took out his wallet and rushed to pay the bill. Ji Yuqi stopped him and directly handed a gold card to the waiter. She lightly smiled. I already said that I'll treat Senior. How can I let Senior spend money? Jiang Tianhao didn't insist and gently said, it's still early. Why don't we go watch a movie? It had been the same in his previous life. After the two of them had finished eating, he had suggested that they watch a movie. In the end, they had watched a literary film about a pair of childhood sweethearts. Ji Yuqi had thought about her own feelings and had started to cry. Jiang Tianhao had taken out a tissue and gently wiped her tears. At that moment, she had developed a good impression of him. Ji Yuqi's lips curved into a cold smile. Her voice was flat. Sorry, Senior. I'm not feeling well today. Maybe another day. Then I'll send you home. There's no need. The driver is waiting for me outside. Jiang Tianhao thoughtfully took the coat and was about to put it on for her. She took the coat from him and put it on herself. Men were all cheap. The easier it was to get something, the more boring it was for him. The harder it was to get, the more it could arouse his fighting spirit. Especially this kind of man who had bad intentions and deliberately approached her. How could she not make it more difficult for him? She was neither close nor distant. Only then could she seduce him and make him unable to stop even if he wanted to. When she got home, it wasn't even 4 o'clock. Chen Tingfang and her daughter were not around. When she asked Mother Wu, she found out that the two of them had left after lunch. They probably went shopping. Ji Yuqi had just finished changing her clothes when Xiao Rou came in. Xiao Rou was Mother Wu's distant niece. Under Mother Wu's influence, she was 100% loyal to Ji Yuqi. The two of them were very close. In private, they called each other by her name. Yuqi, I was cleaning Madam's room today. I accidentally overheard Madam and Miss Second's conversation. Xiao Rou repeated the conversation she overheard in the cloakroom word for word. Ji Yuqi did not have much of a reaction after hearing this. She had already expected that Yi Zissou would not be willing to give up on Jiang Tianhao. That would be good. The deeper Yi Zissou's feelings for Jiang Tianhao, the deeper she would be hurt. In her previous life, Xiao Rou did not overhear their conversation. Perhaps her rebirth had changed the trajectory of some things. Ji Yuqi did not speak. Xiao Rou thought that she had suffered a blow and was too sad. So she asked with concern, Yuqi, are you okay? Ji Yuqi's heart warmed. She smiled and said, I'm fine, Xiao Rou. Thank you for telling me this. This is what I should do. However, that mother and daughter are too hateful. Should we tell Master? No need. We don't have any solid evidence. Even if we tell my father, he won't do anything to them. Moreover, I don't want to alert them. Ji Yuqi's eyes moved slightly. The smile on her lips was frighteningly cold. I'm not afraid of them doing anything. I'm just afraid that they won't do anything. Xiao Rou's eyes widened. She thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Although Yuqi was unruly and willful, she had a good heart. How could she show such a scary smile? Xiao Rou. Ji Yuqi held Xiao Rou's hand and said bluntly, I was stupid in the past. I didn't know who was sincere to me and who was not. But now I see clearly. I won't be deceived by those villains. Xiao Rou, in this family, you and Mother Wu are the people I trust the most. Mother Wu is old, and I don't want to involve her in these things. Are you willing to help me? Xiao Rou bit her lip. Although she did not read many books, she was very attentive and sharp. She could see that Qin Tingfang and her daughter did not have good intentions. In the past, Yuqi was deceived by them. She and Mother Wu also tried to persuade Yuqi, but she did not believe them. Now that she saw clearly, Xiao Rou naturally chose to stand on Yuqi's side. Xiao Rou's eyes were firm. Yuqi, Xiao Rou is your person in life and your ghost in death. I will never betray you. Ji Yuqi's eyes welled up with tears. She hugged Xiao Rou. Xiao Rou, thank you. In her previous life, Xiao Rou had also treated her wholeheartedly. In the end, the Ji family fell into dire straits. The servants either left or scattered. Only Mother Wu and Xiao Rou refused to leave. They insisted on staying by her side to take care of her. Madam, they spoke too softly in the end. I didn't hear their conspiracy. What should I do? Ji Yuqi pursed her lips and smiled, but the smile did not reach her eyes. It's okay. I have a rough idea of what they want to do. Qin Tingfang and her daughter were very good at shopping. They did not come back until the evening and bought a lot of things. Yi Zissou took out 2 identical bottles of Chanel perfume and smiled as she approached Ji Yuqi. Big sister Chi-Chi, this is a new perfume from Chanel. We sisters will each have a bottle. We will use the same perfume at the Christmas ball. What do you think? This was an elegant and delicate fragrance of oriental flowers. Ji Yuqi took a deep breath and smiled happily. Zissou, your idea is amazing. Others will wear sister outfits, and we will use sister perfume. Many people will be envious. Then it's a deal. Yi Zissou's charming face had a gentle smile, but a trace of viciousness flashed through her watery eyes. Imperial Capital University was one of the top universities in the country. Their business administration was a well-known major in the country. Most of the students studying in the management school had a strong background and could enter their own companies as soon as they graduated. This group of proud sons and daughters all had a sense of superiority and liked to be in the limelight. Therefore, they prepared with all their might and wanted to be the most dazzling and eye-catching person at the school's masquerade ball. Walking into the luxurious ballroom, a beautiful melody lingered in the hall. Miss, who came from a prestigious family, was chatting and laughing with the young masters. Her every movement exuded an elegant temperament. Ji Yuqi glanced at Yi Zissou, who was walking beside her. She smiled and said, "Zissou, you are so beautiful today." Yi Zissou's black hair was tied up. She wore a silver fox mask on her delicate little face, revealing her perky nose and captivating cherry lips. She wore a layered white muslin evening gown that was as beautiful as a wedding dress and a pair of crystal high heels on her feet. It was not hard to tell that she was dressed as Snow White. "Big Sister Chi-Chi, you look very good today, too." Yi Zissou praised her insincerely. Ji Yuqi, this be *TCH, was wearing all black. Did she think that she was filming The Matrix? "Heavens, Yuqi, you are so handsome in this outfit. It seems that I should give up my title of school hunk to you." A man in a white tuxedo walked towards them. A silver mask covered the upper half of his face, revealing his thin chin and proud nose. A pair of elegant peach blossom eyes stared at Ji Yuqi affectionately. Ji Yuqi's slender fingers rested on her chin. She smiled lazily and said, "Gu Fifan, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you have become more and more romantic." Gu Fifan, the famous playboy of Imperial Capital University, was a sentimental seed. He changed girlfriends faster than he changed clothes. Some time ago, he had taken a liking to Ji Yuqi. Unfortunately, Ji Yuqi had never treated him well. He did not expect her to suddenly change her attitude. How could he not be surprised? Attention, Songshu 566. Chapter 793. Gu Fifan's eyes became more and more scorching. He casually picked up 2 glasses of red wine from the waiter's tray and handed one to Ji Yuqi. He held the other glass in his hand and slowly shook the wine glass. He chuckled and said, "To be able to receive Miss G's praise, I would be willing to die. Miss G, I wonder if you would be willing to do me the honor and accompany me for the first dance?" From the beginning to the end, Gu Fifan did not even look at Yi Zissou. She was about to explode in anger. She always thought of herself as beautiful. Every time at the ball, she would be the object of the men's attention. This was the first time she was completely ignored by a man. "Okay, it would be my honor." Ji Yuqi gracefully touched Gu Fifan's wine glass and took a sip of red wine. Yi Zissou watched her drink the red wine. Her eyes suddenly turned cold. "Very good, Ji Yuqi, just wait to fall into hell." She glanced at Gu Fifan. "Humph, you blind man. Just wait to be destroyed together with Ji Yuqi." Jiang Tianhao searched for Ji Yuqi for a long time. In the end, he saw her dancing with a man in a white suit. Ji Yuqi's graceful body was wrapped in a tight black vest with a black leather jacket. Black hot pants tightly clung to her perky buttocks and slender thighs. A pair of knee-high boots decorated her figure even more sexy and charming. She did not wear a mask on her face. Her expression was cold. Her pair of charming phoenix eyes were indifferent. Her chin was slightly raised. Her white cheeks were suffused with a cold luster under the bright light. 2 figures, one black and one white, danced in the hall. Their dance moves were bold and unrestrained, attracting everyone's attention. Amazement, envy, jealousy, all kinds of gazes were intertwined on them. Jiang Tianhao stared at the beautiful figure without blinking. His deep eyes showed a trace of absent-mindedness. Every time he saw her, she was different. Arrogant, cute, charming, cold. Which one was the real her? She was like a poppy flower. She had a beautiful appearance and a mysterious aura. He couldn't help but get close to her and get addicted. Yi Zissou stood a few steps away. Seeing that Jiang Tianhao was completely focused on Ji Yuqi, her heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. Her fingers, which were gripping the wine glass, turned slightly pale. That man was hers. She must not let Ji Yuqi take him away. She took a sip of red wine, put the wine glass aside, and walked towards him with light steps. At the end of the song, there was a round of applause. Gu Fifan's charming peach blossom eyes slightly raised as he chuckled and said, "Miss G, Tonight you are fully deserving of the title of prom queen. Mr. Gu, are you indirectly praising yourself? Ji Yuqi glanced at Yi Zissou and Jiang Tianhao, who had already slid onto the dance floor. She smiled. It seemed that things were going smoothly. Then are you willing to be my empress? Gu Fifan approached her and blocked her line of sight without batting an eyelid. His nose was filled with her unique fragrance. Ji Yuqi raised her eyebrows slightly and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, I'm not willing. I already have someone I like. Gu Fifan's eyes suddenly darkened. Are you talking about the person who danced with your sister? Ji Yuqi chuckled and didn't answer. She walked away. Dressed in black, she shuttled through the crowd of orioles and swallows. She was as dazzling as the stars surrounding the moon. Gu Fifan watched her walk away. His face was covered by the mask, and his charming peach blossom eyes were like icicles. There had never been a woman who dared to give him face like this. Jiang Tianhao, he actually dared to snatch a woman from him. Was he tired of living? Ji Yuqi stood in the corner with her arms around her shoulders. She coldly looked in the direction of the dance floor. She saw that Yi Zissou and Jiang Tianhao's dance had become strange. The two of them hugged each other and kissed as if there was no one around. They even impatiently tore off each other's clothes. Poor Yi Zissou didn't even realize that half of her breasts were exposed. She even boldly stroked Jiang Tianhao's lower body. Oh my God, what are they doing? I didn't expect Yi Zissou to be so lewd despite her innocent appearance. Wow, her figure is really seductive. That man is actually Senior Jiang. My God, how can he be such a beast? He's simply too shameless. How can there be such a shameless person in our school? Don't look anymore. Hurry up and inform the security. The hall was noisy and noisy. Accusations and insults flooded into Ji Yuqi's ears. Her face didn't look good because in her previous life, the protagonists who suffered all this were her and Gu Fifan. Even the lines of abuse were the same. Later, her reputation in the rich circle was ruined. Coupled with some things that happened later, she was completely abandoned by those rich people. They would not accept a daughter-in-law who had a ruined reputation. Ji Yuqi clenched her fingers and forced herself to calm down. Because the humiliation she suffered in her previous life, she would take it back 1,000 times. Ji Yuqi walked out of the hall expressionlessly. She was met with a group of reporters holding cameras. The one running at the front almost bumped into her. She leaned to one side and made way for the reporters to quickly run in. Unknowingly, it started to drizzle and the cold air hit her face. Ji Yuqi wrapped herself in her coat and took out her mobile phone. Hello, Dad. I won't go home to sleep tonight. I'll go to the old house. And I know. Okay, you should rest early too. After hanging up the phone, she quickened her pace. She still had her rush to a place. Opposite Imperial Capital University was a leisure park. On a cold winter night like this, not a single person could be seen. It was dark and quiet all around. Ji Yuqi tried to calm her wildly beating heart as she walked into the small forest. She turned on the flashlight on her phone and carefully rummaged through every patch of grass. The sound of footsteps on the ground was especially clear in the silence of the night. There's no one. Maybe he hasn't come yet. Ji Yuqi walked through the entire forest, but did not find the person she wanted to see. So, she turned off the flashlight of her mobile phone. She did not care if she would dirty her clothes and directly sat on the wet lawn. She leaned against a tree and waited anxiously. Ji Yuqi was very nervous. She was looking forward to seeing him, but also afraid of seeing him. Even in the night, which was a few degrees below zero, her palms were sweating. As time passed, her heart beat even more violently. She clearly remembered that it was this day. Why hadn't he come yet? Could it be that things had changed and would not develop according to the trajectory of her previous life? Bang! A gunshot was heard. Ji Yuqi was shocked and trembled all over. She tightly hugged the tree trunk and controlled herself not to rush out. With her mediocre martial arts, even if she rushed out, she would only be a burden to him. Chaotic footsteps came from afar, and dozens of black figures ran into the park. They were wearing masks and holding guns. Under the moonlight, they looked eerie. "Search, don't let him escape." Someone growled, and 4 or 5 men in black immediately rushed into the forest. Bang, bang. A few more gunshots were heard from the lake. "Quickly, Chase, he's over there." Dozens of people ran in the direction of the lake. The chaotic footsteps quickly disappeared. Ji-Yuchi's heart was beating fast. Her hair on her forehead was already wet with sweat. She was so close to being discovered by the group of men in black. After confirming that the black-clothed man had left, Ji-Yuchi clenched her teeth and crawled to her feet, intending to search for that person's whereabouts. She had just taken a step when her ankle was suddenly grabbed by someone. She was startled, and before she could react, the hand that grabbed her ankle suddenly pulled hard, causing her to fall backwards on the ground. Then, a strong hand pinched her neck, and a low and magnetic voice came from behind. "Don't make a sound." That voice was very familiar. It was Shunja. The smell of blood in the air was strong. A black figure crept beside her. Ji-Yuchi could not help but tremble. It was not because of fear, but because of heartache, excitement, regret, and all kinds of complicated emotions in her heart. In her previous life, she was most sorry to Shunja. This time, she would not hurt him. In her previous life, she was set up by Yi Zissou and kissed Gu Fifan at the ball. Everyone criticized them and laughed at them. After she woke up, she was ashamed and ran into the park in a panic. She happened to meet the injured Shunja. But at that time, Shunja was almost unconscious and did not have the strength to pinch her neck. She brought him back to the old mansion for treatment and recuperation. From then on, their fates were intertwined. Thinking about her past life, Ji-Yuchi's nose began to sting uncomfortably. Slowly, with trembling fingers, she grasped Shunja's hand that was strangling her neck. She really wanted to tell him that she missed him, but right now, they were just strangers. She held back her tears and said word by word, "Believe me, I won't hurt you." After waiting for a few seconds, his hand was still pinching her neck, and he did not say anything. Ji-Yuchi thought that he could not hold on any longer. Anxious and distressed, she hurriedly said, "My name is Ji-Yuchi. I'm a daughter of Ji Bowen from G Group. You're seriously injured and need to be treated quickly. Believe me, I won't hurt you." After hearing her introduction, Shunja's hand finally loosened. Ji-Yuchi hurriedly crawled to his side. With the help of the phone's light, she saw an extremely familiar face. He pressed one hand on his bleeding chest. Even though he was on the verge of fainting, his dark eyes were cold and sharp. His voice was hoarse. "Don't go to the hospital. Take me to a small clinic." He had gunshot wounds. If he went to the hospital, the police would be attracted. It was more likely that the assassins would be able to track him down. Okay. Ji-Yuchi did not have time to think. She hurriedly helped him up from the ground and leaned him on her shoulder. With one hand on his waist and the other holding the phone's light, she groped her way out of the forest. "Hold on a little longer. My car is parked outside." Ji-Yuchi was so tired that she was panting. Suddenly, she realized that the person leaning on her shoulder was not responding. She turned her head to look. Shunja's head was drooping. He had already fainted. Ji-Yuchi's heart clenched. She hurriedly helped him lean against a tree trunk. She quickly took off her high-heeled boots and threw them aside. Then, she bent down and carried him on her back. His weight almost pressed her down. She gritted her teeth, lifted his body on her back, and struggled to walk. Welfare, Shinwoo, $7.99, that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.